Babadarni?
Yes, sir. Shall we start?
Yes, please.
So every morning is the open door to a new world, new vistas, new ends, new plans and new things. And this day is not an exception. On that cheerful note, I, Mamatarani A, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Unaided Program, National College, Trichy, wish a very pleasant morning to all the dignitaries, professors, research scholars, and students. It's indeed an immense pleasure for all of us being a part of two-day international online conference on new vistas in language and literature teaching, organized by PG and Research Department of English, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College for Women, Autonomous, Sivakasi, and Department of English Unaided Program, National College, Autonomous, Trichy, along with Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts, and Science. The Standard 5 works Rajaratnam College for Women, affiliated to Madurai Kamaraj University, is a premier institution offering quality higher education for aspiring rural women. The institution chalked out a program for the dawn of higher education and intellectual upliftment of rural women in and around Sivakasi by generating the Standard 5 Works Educational Charities Trust. Their vision is to liberate the rural women from their socio-economic, cultural constraints by intellectually equipping them with academic excellence, communicative competence, entrepreneurial skill, and eco-consciousness and evolving technologies to confront the challenges of everyday life. National College Trichy. So National College Trichy has been recognized as one of the centers of advanced learning and has been accorded permission for registering candidates for research leading to the award of PhD degree in 14 departments. The college celebrated its Golden Jubilee in the year 1969. The college had the privilege of celebrating its Diamond Jubilee and Platinum Jubilee. The college was first accredited by National Assessment and Accreditation Council at A level in 2005 and re-accredited in third cycle at A+ grade in 2016. The Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science is online peer-reviewed referred and quarterly journal which is powered and published by Center for Resource Research and Publication Services, India. It is committed to bring together academicians, research scholars and students from all over the world who work professionally to upgrade status of academic career and society by their ideas and aims to promote interdisciplinary studies in the fields of humanities, arts, and science. The soul should always stand at dark, ready to welcome the ecstatic experience, says Emily Dickinson. We have one such person to welcome all the dignitaries of today's conference. Dr. K. Muthuselvi, Head and Associate Professor, Department of English, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College for Women, Autonomous, Sivakasi, Tamil Nadu. Ma'am has served over 22 years in teaching English language and literature. She has published 8 articles in reputed national and international journals, presented more than a dozen papers in conferences and seminars, and has attended 25 seminars, symposiums, and workshops. She guides and evaluates MPhil and PhD projects. She has been the conference director of the International Conference on Women in Contemporary Society, Changes and Challenges, and also served as one of the coordinators of UGC-sponsored National Conference on Identity and Ethnicity in Contemporary Literature. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. K. Muthuselvi, Head and Associate Professor, Department of English, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College for Women, to give away the welcome address.
My privilege to welcome you on this grand conference on the topic new the PG and Research Department College for Women, Sivakasi, and the Department of English, National College, Trichy, and both the International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts, and Sciences. The pedagogy of teaching has witnessed a sea change in the present scenario with novelty in technological innovations and importance to imparting various employability to the learners. With a futuristic intent, the organizers have convened this virtual conference for the benefit of scholars and students across the globe. At this juncture, I feel extremely proud to welcome Madam Principal, Dr. Palanishwar, the Standard Fireworks College, Rajaratnam College for Women, Sivakasi, for having graciously consented to be with us and deliver the inaugural address. Her motivation and undaunting support has been an impetus to us to carry our tasks with efforts. Welcome, ma'am. I feel elated to welcome Dr. R. Sundararaman, Principal, National College, Tiruchirappalli. Your constant guidance in the affairs of the conference was an encouraging factor to us, sir. And welcome, sir, for having joined us and for having consented to deliver the presidential address. I feel honored to welcome Dr. B. J. Geeta, Associate Professor, School of Social Sciences and Humanities, Tiruvarur Central University. Welcome, ma'am, and I thank you for accepting to deliver a special address on this memorable milestone event. I am indebted to welcome Dr. Mani Mangai Mani, Senior Lecturer, Department of English, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, University of Putra, Malaysia, for her instant willingness to be guest and resource person for the conference. Welcome, ma'am, and waiting for your words of erudition. I'm happy to welcome the resource persons, Mrs. Rashu Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of English from GDC Samba, Jammu and Kashmir, and Dr. S. Savita, Associate Professor, Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram, Chennai. Welcome you both, ma'am. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. S. Samuel Rufus, Assistant Professor of English, Madras Christian College, Chennai, person. I'm honored and his meticulous assistance in organizing this conference came in handy in our part to this momentous occasion. Welcome you, sir. Let me also welcome the functionaries of the valedictory. Welcome Professor Karthikeyan, Associate Professor of English, PIT, Vellore, for consenting to deliver the valedictory address. I sincerely welcome the organizing secretaries, Dr. Karthikeyan, Assistant Professor, Standard Fireworks, Rajaratnam College for Women, Dr. Kaviarasu, Assistant Professor of Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and also I welcome Dr. S. Balakrishnan, Publisher and Managing Editor, Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Sciences, and appreciate their untiring efforts to convene this scholarly events. I wholeheartedly welcome all the coordinators from our institution and National College Trichy, and the stream of scholars, students, and participants from various prestigious institutions across nations. Welcome you all once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your warm words of welcome. Now, may I request Dr. R. Sundararaman, Principal, National College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, to deliver the presidential address.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students. Good morning to everybody. I am very happy that Department of English has arranged two-day conference on new vistas in language and literature teaching. It is jointly organized with Standard Fireworks, Rajaratnam College for Women, Sivakasi, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, along with our college. I'm very happy and I appreciate the faculty members of English department, in particular Dr. Vasan, for arranging this useful conference. Arranging a conference individually is a difficult one, but this conference is arranged with other two organizations. It is very appreciable one. I request all the students to make use of these opportunities. The speakers are well versed in the topics related to the conference. I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's time to deliver the inaugural address. Dr. T. Palanishwari, Principal, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College for Women, Autonomous, Sivakasi, have 32 years of teaching experience. She produced 4 PhD candidates in commerce and has guided 29 MPhil candidates and 8 postgraduates. She has participated and published more than 26 research articles in national and international conferences. I request Dr. T. Palanishwari, Principal, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College for Women, Autonomous, Sivakasi, Tamil Nadu, to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Gaudarini. Respected dignitaries, Honorable Secretary and Principal of the National College, staff coordinators and organizing committee members of this program, publisher and editors of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, and dear participants, a warm greetings and good morning to everyone. I deem it a great privilege in delivering inaugural address. Teaching is the greatest act of optimism. The title chosen for this event, New Vistas in Language and Literature Teaching, is definitely the need of the hour. Nowadays, the goals of language teaching have changed from focusing solely on developing language skills to nurturing a sense of social responsibility in students. Teaching in English language focuses on fostering the students' thinking as well as language content, outcomes, and learning activities. With this growing awareness of the importance of producing responsible citizens for society, teachers now well recognize that the teaching of English should produce fully competent language users and critical thinkers. The gamification of learning is emerging as a way to make language learning more engaging and relevant to the younger generation. With the rise of modern electronic gadgets like tablets and smartphones, the access to knowledge in terms of flexibility and mobility has changed drastically. The very renowned and helpful technological tools like interactive whiteboard, classroom flipping, or facilitating learning of grammar and language skills. Hence, the topic chosen is the right one to create awareness on the new ways in language and literature teaching. My sincere greetings to the organizing committee members and Bodhi International Journal for having taken efforts in organizing this event. Thank you for having given me an opportunity to deliver an inaugural address. I inaugurate and wish this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the inaugural address, ma'am. So it's time for the special address. Dr. B.J. Geeta is working as Associate Professor of English Studies at Central University at Tamil Nadu, Tiruchirappalli. She has 20 years of teaching experience, published 2 books and 70 research papers in national and international UGC charteristic journals. She has completed a UGC-funded project and presented academic and research papers in national and international conferences. Her research interests are eco-critical studies, subaltern studies, post-colonial studies, and feminist discourse. She has been serving as editorial member in peer-reviewed international journals and edited many books. She visited the University of Ghana, Legon, Ghana, and University Putra, Malaysia, has paper presenter and resource person respectively. She has delivered many invited talks in national and international conferences. She has been guiding MPhil and PhD scholars in the emerging and frontier area of research. May I now invite Dr. B.J. Geeta, Associate Professor, Department of English Studies, School of Social Sciences and Humanities, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruchirappalli, to deliver the special address.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, you are.
Yeah. Good morning, one and all present there. Respected dignitaries, Principal of National College and Standard Fireworks Rajaratnam College for Women, faculty members of National College and Standard Fireworks Ratnam College for Women, and the director of Bodhi International Journal Publication, students, research scholars, good morning once again. So I appreciate the efforts of both these institutions for organizing this conference on the topic, which is the need of the hour, that is the new vistas in language and literature teaching. So we need to focus upon this new vistas because we need to expand and enlarge our outlook towards the need of the time, so that we can make a kind of syllabus that is making a kind of inclusive study upon what is happening around us, because we are part and parcel of this planet Earth, and whatever affects through these human beings, that affects this planet Earth also in all aspects. So we need to have a new vistas, a new spectrum, new outlook to see that every other issues pertaining with this eco degradation or devastations in a holistic manner with a pluralistic address. So I would like to speak upon the new vistas here, environmental humanities, which is the most recent emerging discipline, we can say. Why this, why we need to study upon this environmentalism plus humanities, because we know much well about studies about environment that is there since 1970s. But what is this environmental humanities? This is a kind of integrated discipline. So it brings together the traditional disciplines like eco-criticism and ecosophy, that is environmental philosophy and geography and history of environmentalism and environmental ethics. So the focus is something that is being enlarged so that we can address upon any issues from all perspective, from all dimensions, so that we can bring some solution to the problems that this planet Earth is facing today. We must be knowing that the age of this planet Earth is 4.5 billion years, but the impact, the devastation, the exploitation of this natural resources, or any kind of impact from human being happened through their cultural ethnography is something that started maybe roughly from 10,000 years, from 10,000 years back. So this is the dawn of Anthropocene. So Anthropocene is nothing but the impact of human culture. Whatever we practice in the form of culture, whatever accessories we make use, for instance, plastics and other accessories, and the exploitation of natural resources. Because of this exploitation, how this affects this planet Earth, and it affects the symbiosis. The symbiosis means the balance in the ecosystem, and that is something need to be addressed in, and this is the right time to address, to include in our syllabi also. So before I would like to explain this environmental humanities, I would like to speak upon Barry Commoners. He proposed 4 laws regarding nature and environment. So the first law is that everything is connected with everything else. So we see now, because of human anthropocenic or apocalyptic effect on this planet Earth, we see that the depletion of natural resources, the depletion of ozone layers, acid rains, and deforestation, and soil erosion, and ocean level increasing, sea level increasing, and global warming, climate changes, and species extinction. All this is because of human, exploitation. Might be some natural devastation is there, but if you make a statistics of the kind of exploitation that human being are making is something that is very huge comparatively. So this Barry Commoners first law that speaks about, if anything, if one species becoming extinct, that affects the environment, that affects the balance, the ecosystem, because they're all like a web connection. They are connected with each other. If one species is getting affected, the entire system is being affected. So everything is connected with everything else is something that affects the symbiotic balance. The second law is that he speaks about everything must go somewhere. This is the second law. For instance, I would say here, the particle which is not belonging to this earth is plastics. It is out and out human invention. But where is the kind of bacteria we are looking for to to destroy these plastics? Where we are going to dump these plastics? Earth is not the place to dump it. We don't have such feasibility or conduciveness to destroy these plastics here. So where we are supposed to throw them? There is no other space. There is no other planet to throw. So we are dumping here. These accessories, they are, now when I speak about this environmental humanities, I might explain that how they are devastating, how they are worse than nuclear bombs, and how they can be termed as slow violence. There is a popular concept called slow violence. Plastic brings this kind of slow violence to this planet Earth. So where is this somewhere? Everything must go somewhere. Earth is not that somewhere. So we must have to sense it. And the third law is about nature knows everything. So we should not think that we can overrule nature, but we have, even nature itself has overgone that period of, making some sort of repercussions. Nature is being cultured. So it is its attitude. There is some change in natural attitude. We never see any longer the pristine nature or the nature that the indigenous people had, had a close association with this pristine nature is something that is missing forever. No longer we can have a nature which is in its natural form. It is being cultured. So even this third law seems to be something, how nature will respond to this culturalization of nature as entity. And the fourth law is that there is nothing called free lunch. So we need to speculate, we need to seriously address certain serious issues that is that is affecting this environment. Now coming back to this environmental humanities, as I told you, it is an integrated program where it makes a combination of social sciences and humanities at the major level. At interior level, it includes ecosophy, geography, history of environment, and ethics. All this put together, geography, all this put, and also humanities. So in the processing, what it does is it adapts and adapts some insights from various other disciplines like multi-species ethnography and human and non-human geography. Then, as I said, ethics and social studies of technology, then histories of climate changes, then critical animal studies, which is an emerging study, then evolutionary biology and Anthropocene. These are the intricate disciplines that should become part and parcel of this environmental humanities. So on the whole, the categories we have is biology, geography, philosophy, and animal critical studies. It also includes some legal studies also, which addresses about the legal boundaries, the legal measures in exploiting this environment. So this environmental humanities, the focus of this discipline is to study about the relationship of non-humans with environment. What is this non-humans? Non-humans is the other than what is human. For instance, we have this climate and environment, atmosphere, for instance, minerals, for instance, bacteria, for instance. When I speak about bacteria, I just, the poem Garbage strikes my mind. This is the epic poem written by Ammon, A.R. Ammon. In this poem, he made a metaphorical combination or a metaphorical reference to the garbage and a wordsmith. So we never bother to see what is this garbages. We just dump these garbages. While throwing, we are so indifferent. The way we throw these garbages is something that we have no kind of respect for this, human waste, this whatever wastages we create. But there are some species who love these garbages. For instance, bacteria, scavengers, and dumblebugs. These species, they actually help us to destroy these garbages thrown by human beings and make this world refreshing. So it is because of these species, we have something called a clean and refreshing planet Earth. So this environmental humanities also takes into consideration of these, so long not included within the purview of our syllabus or as discipline. So now the focus is being turned to these non-human species also. As I was talking about this poem, how the wordsmith, he also deals about, wordsmith is a person who is concerned about words. So he picks some words for his composition of poetry. from the heap of words, vocabularies, and everything. Just like how these bacteria scavengers and dumblebugs, they take these garbage heaps, no, and create something new. So it's a beautiful poem that struck my mind. So just like this environmental humanities, it makes a compulsive study about between non-human forms of life and this environment. What is the link and what is their influence on this environment? And it also makes study about human relationship with these non-humans. So that is also becoming very pivotal here to understand this environment from the perspective of this non-human, so that something new can be invented to destroy these plastics or to save this planet Earth. And the third important avenue for environmental humanities, that it makes a kind of mutual studies, the mutual understanding, the mutual responses between human beings and these non-human living forms, because they are mutually influencing. There is some sort of cooperative understanding, cooperative influences, and that leads to something very, very innovative understanding. So that kind of representation could be made through this environmental humanities. And this, as I said, this environmental humanities, it includes multi-species ethnography. Multi-species ethnography is a form of or a variant of a traditional ethnography and cultural ethnography. What is this multi-species ethnography? It refers to the term called entangled lives. What we mean by entangled lives, it addresses about, as I said now, humans and non-humans also, and it examines humans and other species, other forms of life in a given territory, and their interactions and their interrelations, and how they mutually, mutually they respond to each other, and how they influence each other. For instance, how the landscape affects because of mineral, mineral mines, and how it affects the climate, and how it affects the region, the people, the species, even the small construction or any kind of construction, dam constructions, for instance, how it affects the species around, the people around, the climate, the landscapes and everything. So everything put together, it is from in terms of multi-species ethnographic understanding, and also it addresses climate and weather changes because of this impact. And at the same time, it rejects the traditional dichotomy between nature and culture, because we know that today we are living in a period where we never can go back to the pristine nature that I was talking about. The romantic age of pristine nature is something that is we cannot imagine now, because nature is so much cultured. It has become cultured nature as an entity. So you cannot separate human culture from nature. It has become a kind of a processing. So nature itself has become part of human culture, and we we exercise our culture through natural elements, natural resources, a river, for instance, mountains, for instance. So all our life is something, it is spinning around these natural resources. So this dichotomy of nature versus culture is something, it is not being considered in this particular study of environmental humanities. So there is nothing, as I said, there is nothing called nature in its purest form. And another important aspect of this environmental humanities is Anthropocene. Anthropocene can be defined as the geological time, and it can be it is a debatable concept. In fact, when exactly this Anthropocene, the geological time, started itself is a very contested term or a contested issue, we can say that. So there is a lot of inquiries regarding this Anthropocene, like, when exactly this Anthropocene emerged or started in the geological timings. So it can be traced back to when man started utilizing this earth for agriculture purpose. Could it be that? Or can we say that when the European 18th century industrialization started? Or could we say that the 20th century nuclear age? So when exactly the period of Anthropocene, or it is inclusive of all this, is something which is very debatable. So what is the focus of the Anthropocene as a study is it does as it focuses, it addresses, or it makes representation about human exploitation, about this biodiversity. For instance, the kind of pollution that humans have created, for instance, air pollution, soil pollution, noise pollution, every water pollution, very importantly, all this because of this Anthropocene, that is the anthropocentric attitude of human beings. And it also speaks about the climate changes because of human exigencies and how it affects animals, for instance. So animals are at the receiving end. We have done so much damage to this animal world and encroaching on their forest land. And now they become, their land is becoming narrowed down, and in every aspect, they face the consequence of this Anthropocene. So Anthropocene can be studied in terms of literary representations and cultural representation. For instance, even in music and art forms, and also in popular cultural studies and climate fictions, and every other literary representation can be made. It also includes in its purview regarding population, overpopulation, migration, urbanization, industrialization as the impact of human culture. And coming to a variant within this Anthropocene is that critical animal studies, this is exclusively a kind of a representation made for the critical position of animals. And this it never focuses, or it never takes into consideration or makes any sort of addressing of equality of animals, or what to say, that subjectivity of animals, but rather it speaks about human oppression. Human oppression, we might have some examples like racism, sexism, and ableism. These are the different variants of human oppressions in the form of racism, sexism, and ableism. And when it comes to species, when human beings suppress or oppress the species, it is called a speciesism. When it comes to the whole species, all species included, human species is something that is enjoying much privileges, and that is what is we celebrate as anthropocentrism. So in this particular study, it makes representation from the perspective of the affected animals. So so the reason for this oppression is that once again is that the binary thinking. We tend to look with the binary perception. And also this, when you celebrate these binaries, it leads to hierarchy. When it leads to hierarchy, then among the species, man becomes the predominant species. So once he becomes the predominant, or when it becomes anthropocentric, naturally, it leads to oppression of these forms of animals becoming victims, being slaughtered, being utilized for all human activities. So this arena or discipline, it speaks about the linkages between various forms of human oppressions. As I said about like racism, sexism, and ableism, including speciesism, and it argues more than argue, it examines how animals are becoming the objects, how we convert them as mere objects in the capitalistic society, in the globalization society. So this kind of exploitation could be addressed under this critical animal studies only. And it also demands the ethical responsibilities of human beings in exercising their anthropocentric rights. So it speaks from the perspective of animals' rights, animal welfare, and all this animal-centered oriented representations. So I just want to speak here with one example of Octavia Butler. She wrote a novel called Adulthood Rights, where she spoke about it. This novel is an instance of post-humanism. That means after humans. What happens after these humans? So an apocalyptic environment we have to imagine here. So a species from other planet, it enters into this earth, and so that was Bala. So this Omkali, that species, it comes to Earth and mate with human beings, and this new species, it creates a new species which is, which has a new hybridity and which can fight cancer or cancerous diseases. And in this particular fiction, Butler speaks about the devastating effect of plastics. So plastic is something that is leached in our food, water, air. When you burn plastic, it is mixed in the air. So all the natural resources, it is contaminated with the plastics. There is nothing, see, in everyday affairs, at home, you see these plastic containers. We use everything that is plastics, made of plastics. So we think we never realized the devastating impact of eco disaster that these plastics is going to create or already creating. And we must know that we don't have such bacteria to completely destroy this plastics. So we need a kind of a study which can make inclusive of all this. We need our outlook on the non-human species, also this kind of accessories created by human beings, and we need to study about the geography, how it affects the land, how it affects the climate, how this human history has brought a lot of these kinds of artificial accessories. So human history about environment is also much important, climate is important. So this is how the novel could be approached critically. So this novel spoke about the slow violence. This is a concept of Ribexen also, who proposed this concept. But how this slow violence is something which is more dangerous than nuclear wars. But the fact is that this slow violence is something is not something it cannot happen tangible. No, it is something happens in a processing. So this is a kind of a process. It is not tangible. So it leads to slow violence only. So it creates a lot of cancerous diseases. So this particular novel speaks about this particular problem, the particular human culture, ethnography, and human, this environmental humanities has the space. It creates the space to address the environmental issues from all dimensions, so that we can check, we can examine our own attitude, our own exploitations to reduce the eco disaster or incremental disaster that is happening right now. So this is a very, very new emerging study. I hope that if you some Western universities, we might find such discipline. So with this, I would like to wrap my, with this, I would like to close my address, special address here. I once again thank the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful chance to speak about the new vistas in literature and how we have to broaden our outlook as well as our approach to see what is happening around us. And this is the right moment to envision all this and see our see the problem from different dimensions so that we can curtail it. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really a detailed and informative speech on various concepts such as environmentalism, environmental humanities, culturalization of nature, and multi-species ethnography. I once again thank you, ma'am, for the special address. Now, may I invite Dr. R. Vasantan, Associate Professor, Head and Department of English, Unaided Program, National College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, to give away the vote of thanks.
A very good morning, everybody. It's indeed an honor to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the conference, New Vistas in Language and Literature Teaching. At the outset, I feel elated to be a part of it. It is because of all, as we talk about endangered species, animals, endangered, nature and its trouble, I believe literature and language is also under a lot of trouble these days. It is because we have plenty of, the whole world is taking literature and language up like a chorus, and the researchers in the field is just a copy of one after the other. And substantial researches in the field and thinking in the field is yet to happen, and especially it has to come out with indigenous materials that we have with us. And I believe opening it up, the opening literature and language teaching and thinking up by allowing young children, researchers, innovative thinkers to participate, cooperate, collaborate, contribute will help us to change the monotony that has been established basically with the influence that we always have from the West. I'm not exactly talking about cultural influence. I am talking about the whole idea of literature and the whole idea of language teaching. And mostly, like, instead of being a copycat of following the methods that we have in the West and trying to experiment it and trying to learn, it is necessary for us, researchers, to think and develop our own ways and methods to find things that are suitable to our climate. And I believe both the International Journal, Dr. Balakrishnan, supported by Dr. Kaviarasu, are doing a wonderful job, especially bringing the research scholars and professors as well as students regularly on a platform of this kind and help them to share their views. It's a wonderful service that they do. I thank them first for this opportunity. Secondly, I would like to thank management and principal of National College to be who have been always supportive of all the initiatives taken by the principal, as taken by the professors and the students of all the departments, and particularly the Department of English. I would like to thank the management and principal of Standard 5 Works Rajaratnam College also for accepting the invitation and extending their cooperation to bring this conference a reality. I thank all the resource people of the conference, and especially today, Dr. B.J. Geeta, who has given us an important as well as eye-opening session today. And I thank all the faculty members, especially faculty members of our Department of English, National College, as well as Department of English, Standard 5 Works, Rajaratnam College also, for bringing students and resource people together and coordinating for the successful conduct of this event. And faculty members of other colleges, research scholars, and participants of the conference, I thank you all for coming together for a very good cause and for the essential things that we need to do in the field of research, especially to instill the research thinking among the students right at the beginning. And I wish this every summer, every year, I believe we will have one collaboration of this kind with both the International Journal and make our students right at the beginning some people, I mean, somebody who can think substantially with creativity as well as an idea about how to apply things that they have learned at the college level. I thank everybody who has been supportive to the supportive in making this event a reality in one way or the other. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you so much for being part of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the gratitude note. So now we are moving to the session of keynote address. It's time to introduce the chairperson of the session, Mrs. S. Tamilarasi, Assistant Professor and Head Department of English, NMS Sermathai Vasan College for Women, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Mrs. S. Tamilarasi has participated, presented, and published around 20 research papers on thrust areas like English language teaching and Indian literature in nearly 14 national level and 3 international level seminars in and around Tamil Nadu. It is an honor to have one such person as a chairperson, and I now invite Mrs. S. Tamilarasi to deliver the keynote address and to introduce the resource person of the session.
Thank you, Bhavarani, for your wonderful welcome note. So it's a great pleasure to be here, one among you. A glad morning to you all gathered in this Zoom platform. And first of all, I would like to thank our Lord Almighty for sharing His blessings with us and for making this day a great event. New Vistas in Language and Literature Teaching is a two-day Bodhi International Online Conference, a joint venture of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, and PG and Research Department of English from Standard Fireworks Rajaratnam College, and for women, and the Department of English, National College, Tiruchirappalli. The topic itself, it kindles up our mind to think new. So Vistas means we all know seeing things from the future side. So they may, some of them we have heard, the speakers, great speakers must have said like, change is the only thing which never change. But according to me, I think that change also goes under a change. So the time wheel goes on moving. So we have to go into a change, and we have to see forward literature and language in a new point of view. So how are we going to meet up the needs of our students in this current scenario? The scenario which we are facing now is very, very difficult thing. Online classes are going on. How are we going to meet up the students' needs and requirements in the form of teaching literature and language? So here amidst us, we have Dr. Mani Mangai Mani, the resource person of this session. She is a senior lecturer, Department of English, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication from University of Putra, Malaysia. She has a wide array of experience in teaching field. She has presented and published papers in the international and conferences and also in journals. The number are countless since her profile runs on to pages and pages together. Ma'am, we are happy to have you here, one among us, and to see you back again. I feel very glad. And she has held various prestigious postings also in various colleges. To say a thing, her journal publications alone is 72 in numbers. So when we go into the other details, it goes on. Thus, a versatile personality is here with us, and I feel great in sharing this session with you, ma'am. I, with a warm heart, welcome Dr. Mani Mangai Mani to this session. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and joining hands with us. Once again, and welcome you.
Thank you, madam. Good morning and wanakam to the organizing committee and all the participants. Before I continue, could you all please enable screen sharing? All right, the theme of this online conference is New Vistas in Language and Teaching Literature. Now, ladies and gentlemen, literature, as we all know, is the collection of man's work that is always evolving. The biggest injustice one can do to literature is thinking that it is static. We have to realize that literature didn't stop with Shakespeare. Likewise, it didn't end with Charles Dickens. Neither did it climax with Hemingway. It lived on with writers like R.K. Narayan and lives on with writers like V.S. Naipaul and many others. Now, Shakespeare, Dickens, and Hemingway were mere passengers in a moving train called literature. This train emerged with the emergence of mankind and is continuing its timeless journey across various cultures and time. Having this in mind, a student in literature should not limit his studies only on the known literary giants, but instead we should realize that there are various literature works produced in other parts of the world. In what way R.K. Narayan is lesser compared to Dickens, or V.S. Naipaul compared to Hemingway? Now, having said that, I would like to bring your attention to the works of one prolific writer from the Southeast Asian region, and he is K.S. Maniam. Yeah, I don't know how many of you have heard about him, but he's a very good and popular writer from Malaysia. Now, I will discuss the sense of belongingness and duality that can be found in his work today. Now, let me tell you a little bit about K.S. Maniam. He is a second-generation Malaysian Indian. His grandmother migrated from India to Malaya in the 1916, and he was born in 1942 in Bidong, Kedah. During the Chola period, that place was known as Kadaram, a northern state in Malaya then. He's a prolific writer who has a very impressive academic background. He served as an associate professor in University Malaya until 1997 and later turned to writing full-time. Most of his short stories have been published in different anthologies in Southeast Asian literature. Much of his adolescent years were influenced by British and the Western culture. And he is also the inaugural recipient of Raja Rao Award for his outstanding contribution to the literature of the South Asian diaspora. Now, the migration of Indians in Malaya can be divided into two waves. The first wave of Indians are Indians who have been frequenting the Malay archipelagos way before the arrival of British in the Malay archipelago. According to Sadasivan, the first wave of Indian migration took place during Asoka's invasion towards Kalinga and Samudragupta's expedition towards the south. They have been present in the regions since the period of the Chola dynasty in the 11th century. Most of these Indians were traders from the Coromandel coast, and some of them later settled in the coastal areas in the west coast of Malaya. The coming of these traders was from the 1st century to the 15th century. Now, the zenith of Malay Sultanate in Malacca in the 15th century, many Indians, mainly from South India, have arrived as merchants and found favor among the Malay rulers due to their economic status. And many of them settled in this land, married the local Malays, and adapted their culture and converted to Islam, and now enjoy the status known as Bumiputra, which literally means the son of the soil, which comes with various socio-economics and political privileges in modern Malaysia. The arrival of the people from India has influenced the country for more than 1,000 years. Now, the second wave of Indian migration. Now, this took place during the colonization of the British. Rubber was introduced in Malaya, and the plantations were in dire need of cheap labor. So the Indians were sought after by the British, who were also colonizing India during that period. So most of these people were from the South India, who were journeyed under the Kangani system and indentured labor system. The mass movement of these Indians took place from year 1844 to 1941. Now, 9.1% Indians were brought in as indentured laborers, while another 43.7% came under the Kangani system. Another 10.7% came in their own free will and was sponsored by the British, while another 29.9% came to do business and trade. Now, however, there is another group of Indians, about 6.6%, who came in for other reasons. Now, by the year 1957, the year Malaysia got its independence, there were 820,000 Indians in Malaya, with Tamils outnumbering the other ethnic groups that moved from India. So roughly, there were about 634,681 Tamils in Malaya then. The Indians in the present Malaysia are the descendants of the Indians who moved to then Malaya during the British colonization. Some of them, yeah, not most of them. Okay, now that is a brief history of the Indians in Malaysia. Now let's look at the novels. Now, we will look into these two novels written by K.S. Maniam, and we will be looking into sense of belongingness and duality. Okay, Maniam is conscious that he's living and writing within a national context that regards him as a national minority. Therefore, Maniam has explicitly turned to historical evidences as the background of his stories. He shows the plight of his race through the character of Periyathai, who represents his own grandmother, who left her motherland looking for a better place. His grandmother's life was a part and representative of many Indians who left India and moved to Malaya. Today, in this talk, I will be focusing only on the Tamil characters in both novels to show the methods employed by them when it comes to establishing a sense of belongingness. Maniam has carefully choreographed his characters in both novels to show how they longed to be part of this land, this new land, and the rejections they faced internally and externally. The first novel, The Return, is an autobiographical novel. The narrative opens with the story of Periyathai, who comes with the 3 sons and struggles in this new place called Malaya. In order to live, she becomes a tinker, then she becomes a healer, and she also farmed. Okay, and the narration is a poignant account of the matriarch's struggle to drive her own stake in a foreign land. However, the family house she established was threatened with demolition. Her son, Kannan, also toils in Malaya and tries to build a home in this new country. However, he too faces the similar fate like his mother. The 3rd generation Indian, Ravi, his son, strives hard in education and becomes a teacher. In the second novel, In a Far Country, it is about Rajan, a middle-aged Malaysian Indian who has come out of a remote estate and achieved success through business. He is disillusioned and goes through a midlife crisis. He shuts himself up in his favorite room and starts reminiscing about his past and about his father. This novel is filled with myths and history of the natives of the land and the immigrant Indians. Maniam shows all this through a very distinctive style of writing by using letters, notes, meditations, and flashbacks. In both novels, Maniam clearly depicts the lives of early Indian settlers and how they struggled to establish a sense of belongingness towards this new place called Malaya. Sense of belongingness has always been an intriguing issue in the lives of many displaced people throughout the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what is your understanding about sense of belongingness? Yeah, this may sound like an old scope of study, but with the issue of globalization and we find people moving rapidly and migrating to various countries and settling in various countries, which is not their motherland. Yeah, these characters in literature face the sense of belongingness. So this is another avenue to conduct research in literature. Yeah. Now, what is sense of belongingness? Now, sense of belongingness is a psychological condition which is mainly caused by displacement. When a person is displaced into a new place, he or she will try to establish a sense of belongingness to that place. Now, establishing a sense of belongingness to a new place is very psychological in nature. The process affects the psyche and emotions of the displaced people. The people who are usually burdened with this problem are people who have been colonized and displaced either voluntarily or by force. This issue is very prevalent among the Indian settlers in Malaya then. Why do they want to establish this sense of belongingness? Why you want to feel that you belong to the place? Yeah. Now, demonstrating belongingness is an emotional self-defense mechanism. Yeah, it is a mechanism that enhances the self-esteem and camouflages the emotional scars that comes together with any form of displacement. By demonstrating sense of belongingness, the displaced people are able to build their self-esteem to cover up the shortcomings they face due to this displacement. Okay, either it is a voluntary displacement or an involuntary displacement. People who are displaced, yeah, this is according to Valoran, people who are displaced often seek for elements that will make them feel connected to the new place. The need for relatedness involves feeling connected or feeling that one belongs in a social milieu. Maniam has pictured how these displaced group of Indians try hard to establish a sense of belongingness to this new place. In order to establish the sense of belongingness, these people try to create similar settings like their motherland, India. So, one way is creating similar settings. Okay, so one way to establish sense of belongingness, okay, the method is by creating similar settings. Yeah. Now, Maniam shows how his grandmother has actually brought part of her motherland, India, to this new place. The novel, which depicts the lives of 3-generation Indians who settled in Malaya, and dwells with the different feelings of different generation in establishing a sense of belongingness in the new country. The first-generation Indian settler, Periyatai, is portrayed as celebrating and practicing all rituals just like she did in India. She conducts the rituals to remain connected to the motherland, India, but at the same time, she also wants to establish a sense of belongingness to the new land. Okay, we will find Maniam narrating that Periyatai opened one of the 2 tin trunks she had brought from India. Handling every object carefully, she took out a statue of Nadaraja. Perhaps, he says, perhaps Nadaraja spoke to her of the original spirit and her personal articles of the home she had left behind. It was a re-immersion, a recreating of a thick spiritual and domestic air she must have breathed there, back in some remote district in India. She brought along all the things with the statue of Nadaraja, like a copper tray, a hand-woven silver and gold sari, bangles, and a thali. And she wanted to create the same feeling of being in India. Therefore, she practiced the rituals in a very extensive manner in order to feel at home in the new place. Even when she died, the rituals that were conducted by her son Kannan were very extensive. He refused to follow the priest's advice in conducting the funeral. In fact, he kept the body for 3 days, and he when the priest prohibited meat, he did not listen to the priest. He said, no, whoever attends the funeral will be given a feast. Okay, so he spent extravagantly on feasting the people in Bidong. In the second novel, that is in a far country, Maniam also shows how some rituals like slaughtering of goats were maintained in the estates by these workers. Okay, he says that Deepavali Eve, the slaughterers were in an unusually savage mood. The slaughter still continued every Deepavali Eve, but I didn't go near the shed, he says. In the written, Maniam explains how the Indians celebrate to remain connected to the motherland and belong to the new land. He says here, the festivals together with Thaipusam and Pongal created a special country for us. We were inhabitants of an invisible landscape tenuously brought into prominence by the lights, mango leaves strung out over the doorways, painting of bulls, horns, the day after Pongal, and many taboos that covered their lives. Yeah, so this is evident how it is even evident among the present Indians, the descendants of these early immigrants, where they retained all the celebrations and often celebrate more extensively compared to the people of India or Tamil Nadu. Thaipusam is celebrated in many cities in Malaysia, and in fact, it is a public holiday in Malaysia. Other celebrations like Pongal, New Year, and Deepavali is celebrated very grandly. So the displaced people like to overdo their rituals compared to their mother country. By doing this, they feel at home, being in a new place. The characters in these novels too overdo their rituals and religious functions in Malaya compared to the same group of people in India. So this picture shows Tiruvalla in Kuala Lumpur, Malaya in the 1900s. And another, this is Thaipusam in Malaya, those days. Now, another form of establishing sense of belongingness, you can see, is owning a home, yeah, owning a house. Out of the utmost wish of displaced people is to own a home. Owning a home is synonymous with establishing a sense of belongingness. To own a home is to belong to the place. You believe it or not, even today in Malaysia, every Indian man or woman, the moment they completed their studies and when they start working, the first thing they will do is they will buy a house. Yeah. So In the return, Priyatai, the first generation Indian, she tries her best to own a house, but she fails. Yeah, in the end, she dies without owning a house. Her son, the second generation, Kannan, he too dies without owning a legal house. Yeah, he owned 2 dobi shops and a car, and he was respected by people from all races and background. But unfortunately, he built his house on an illegal land, that is the land that belonged to the municipal council, and they did not grant him the ownership to the land, and he refused to move out of it. So in the end, what happens to him is he burns himself. Yeah, he commits suicide. He sets fire onto himself, and he says to his son, yeah, he says, we can make all the money. Yeah, he says, we can make all the money, get all the learning, but these are useless if our house pillars don't sink into the clay of the land. So this character shows how important it is to have a house in this new land in order to establish belongingness. Yeah, to Kannan, the second generation Indian, the descendants of an immigrant, it is important to own a house in the new home. Only that will boost his self-esteem and instill a sense of belongingness. Now the question is, ladies and gentlemen, have the Indians in Malaysia managed to establish a sense of belongingness to the country? I often ask this question to myself. Are they successful? Well, I personally feel, and I think I will agree with Maniam, that I don't think so. Yeah, Maniam also subtly shows the rejections faced by these Indians in Malaysia after the independence. In the return, Kannan, the second generation Indian, gathers a lot of wealth, opens a laundry, many laundries in fact, and in the end he failed to own a house. But while his son, Ravi, the third generation, he realized that the only way to establish sense of belongingness here is by equipping himself with enough education. And he did not want to die homeless like his grandmother and father. In a far country, we will find the character Rajan, a second generation Indian who decides to become, who becomes a very successful land broker. Yeah, and started to accumulate wealth as a sign of belongingness. He recalls his father dying without a home. He says, during the final spasms, he kept his eyes closed on a world in which he found no home. This was the pathetic condition of some of the immigrant Indians in Malaya, most of them dying homeless. Their lives have left a dent in the souls of their descendants. That is why people like Rajan decided to acquire wealth as a symbol of belongingness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a close study on Maniam's novels will show that these early immigrants and their descendants were suffering from the sense of duality. Yeah, they don't know where they belong. Now, duality is caused by the internal conflicts faced by these minority people. Since they were immigrants, they became the minority in the Malay-dominated country. After the independence of Malaya, many returned to their motherland, India, but some decided to remain in Malaya and become citizens of Malaya or Malaysia, the new country. Maniam has clearly portrayed how the Indian characters in both the novels suffered from severe internal conflicts, the hardships imposed on them in the plantation, and the problems they had in their family make them regret coming to Malaya. In The Return and in a Far Country, there are many episodes where the Indians are seen regretting upon coming to this land and lamenting their decision to leave their motherland. The internal conflicts that they faced caused them to develop a sense of duality in them. Although these Indians are displaced and influenced by the cultures of the host land, they still believe in the notion of returning to their motherland, India, as well as preserving the cultures of their ancestral country. According to Smith, these displaced people's culture is the experience of separation and entanglement of living here and remembering or desiring another place. Coming to Malaya with the hope of finding a better future and a greener pasture was the only goal of these South Indians, of whom majority were Tamils. However, the journey from India to Malaya by the ship was not easy. One must remember the Indians, or Tamils notably, did not come to Malaya in a luxury cruise. Their conditions were no better than the black slaves who were taken across the Atlantic Ocean by the white colonizers. The only difference was that the blacks were in chains and the Indians were chained by debts for the passage that they will spend rest of their lives repaying through hard work. So this is a picture of a rubber plantation. Yeah? Okay, the early Indian settlers. The mortality rate was high, and by the time they landed in Malaya, many of them were unfit to work in the plantation. Since they were indentured laborers, they were not allowed to leave. They were put to work in extreme conditions, and their employers intended to get the maximum out of them. Yeah, you can find them in this book by Manikam. By the year 1921, there were about 470 and 181 Indians in Malaya. During the depression years of 1930 to 33, many Indians refused to be repatriated free of charge to their motherland and chose to stay back in Malaya. Okay, however, about 1/3 of the Indians decided to return to India. Now, here in these novels, Maniam clearly shows how these Indians chose to remain in those who chose to remain in Malaya suffered from internal conflicts, and it is evident in both his novels. Now, after living and toiling on this land for decades, these people find that they are unwanted in that new land, or at least that is how Periyathai and Kannan in the novel The Return perceived it. Not willing to accept this, Kannan buries his dead son Kumar behind his house by the river. When the people advised him to give Kumar proper burial in the graveyard, he cries saying that, I don't want to hide him. Okay, he must be buried on this land. Okay, so Maniam also shows that these characters cannot get detached from India. Periyathai, in her deathbed, often rambled about the past about her past to the grandchildren. Yeah, Ravi, the third generation Indian, listened attentively to her saffron-scented, death-churned memories, stories, experiences, and nostalgia. She spoke about her life as a child, as a young girl, a new bride, and a widow. She blabbered about her journey from India with her tin trunks. Many regretted their decision of coming to Malaya. Ravi's father, who failed to own a land in this new home, becomes disillusioned. The depression of not being part of this country drove him crazy. The duality in Kannan peaks when he finds himself unable to legalize his house. Yeah, when he realizes that he cannot return to India and that he had failed to own a home in the new country, he becomes restless and disillusioned. Yeah, on page 169, yeah, he will be saying, I've spoken to Gandhi and Nehru. See this Tundu, Mahatma wove it for me at his wheel. And Nehru said, why didn't you come to me before? I said I had no time. Working for my wives and children. I told Mahatma about my latest car. Not only white men drive cars nowadays, the Mahatma said. He touched his body as if remembering the wounds he had received when thrown out of the train in the other country. You've done well, he said, but Nehru didn't smile. He said, go away. So he is facing the rejection. Yeah, he feels India doesn't want him back. So this shows the duality in him. He feels torn between the two lands. The land he came looking for a better life does not want to accept him, whereas his motherland is rejecting him. This is how he feels. So this puts him in a dilemma where in the end, he sets fire on himself to be part of the soil. Now, Patrick Chubble argues that the displacement involves experiences of separation and entanglement of living here and remembering and desiring another place. Now, moreover, the concept of displacement refers to a double consciousness, which is a mark of situation of a person who believes and sees himself as recognized by the others. In this sense, the displaced person is looking at one's self through the eyes of the others. Now, in the second novel, In a Far Country, Maniam highlights the sufferings endured by the Indians as well. Rajan's parents were rubber tappers in the estate. They both were indentured laborers brought under the Gangani system. He recalls his mother and says that she went to the trees with secret vengeance so that the latex spilled outside the cups. At the end of the month, she found herself poorer, about $20. and the next morning she attacked them with even greater ferocity, he says. This reflects the frustration of the woman who came looking for a better life. His father, watching her, voices out his frustration as well. He will say to her, "You want to cut up something?" My father said, learning about her destructive moods. "Cut me up. Yes, I brought you to these trees, made you their slave, put the wounds on me." The welled-up disappointment and frustrations for failing to have good life makes them regret and long for their motherland, India. Now, according to Maniam, the rubber trees were never out of their thoughts, and it was a familiarity that veiled a depressing history. The Indians brought to Malaya, one of the most lucrative colony, to cultivate and make the British rich, but it did nothing to enhance their lives or free them from the clutches of poverty, which they brought with them from India. The character Rajan in the novel In a Far Country pours out his frustration. He says here, "My parents had not been the original discoverers. They had only responded to some colonialist's neat dream of acquisition. They came to this country and settled in an environment that was already prepared for their security and cultural continuity." This character, Rajan, too started to experience internal conflict when he realized that owning lands could not help him establish a sense of belongingness to the land. He was rich, he owned lots of land. In the quest of establishing belongingness to the land, he goes into the real tiger land with a native named Zulkifli. He enters with this character Zulkifli with the hope of sighting a tiger. He feels rejuvenated being in the jungle and become aware of an ancient effervescence that has defied time and remained among the tree trunks and the fallen leaves, the original smell of the earth. Here he realized the real value of original land, and he had been looking at lands just as pieces of properties that can be sold and bought. He didn't see the tiger, and he believed that the inability to see the tiger is because he did not belong to the place, or his ancestors did not belong to the place. Yeah, he's supposed to feel the existence of the tiger, which means he has to become part of the country. So he returns with disappointment upon failing to feel the presence of the tiger. He also learns from Zulkifli that one needs to be the son of the soil and have ancestors to see the tiger. This statement indirectly causes Rajan to suffer from internal conflict. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the undeniable fact is that the characters discussed in K.S. Maniam's novel still look at India as their motherland and Malaysia as merely a greener pasture to look for money, upgrade their social standing, and to free themselves from the clutches of poverty that had gripped them for generations. Therefore, they cannot bring themselves to fully belong to one country. Moreover, the culture, custom, faith, and language of the Indians differ completely from the ethnic majority's culture. So they find it difficult to achieve a sense of belongingness that requires the people to possess some sameness in their worldview. The descendants of these early immigrants try hard to establish belongingness to this new country by owning properties and land. But deep in them, they know that they can never fully belong to one country, and they will constantly be haunted by duality. Reading and analyzing Maniam's novels gives an insight in understanding the psyche of the present generation of Indians in Malaysia. Today, there are 1.8 million Indians, majority Tamils in Malaysia, making up to 7.8% of the total population. And mind you, 70% prisoners are Indians in Malaysian jails without a strong economic background. And having denied the chance to equally participate in the growth of Malaysia, many has resorted to violence. When the estates were divided and sold to smallholders, the Indians were forced to relocate themselves in the cities. Here, they were lured into gangsterism. In the multicultural Malaysia, the Malays are politically dominant. The Chinese have economic influence, and the Indians have neither. 70% of 2 million Indians are very poor or poor, and the national average poverty level is a mere 2.8%. Yeah, this is a statistic done in 2009 by Ponnusamy. Less than 1% of Malaysia's education budget goes to Tamil schools, even though Indians comprise about 8% of the total population. This you can find in South Asian Voice 2008. Indians' participation in civil services declined from about 40% in 1957 to about 2% in 2007. You can find it in Kupusamy 2010. 78% of government services are occupied by Malays, and while Indians share only 4%. This is stated by Ramakrishnan 2011. Indians comprise 60% of the urban squatters and 41% of all beggars. This is in The Economist, February 22nd, 2003. 95% of Malaysian victims shot dead by the police, and 90% of the deaths in police and prison custody victims are Indians. Yeah, you can find in Ponnusamy 2009, page 32. The concept of duality that haunts these Indians and their descendants seem to be the cause of some self-destruction acts that they engage in order to expose their disappointments. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while the blacks in America have completely Americanized themselves and become one with the nation, the Indians in Malaysia are still torn between two nations. Maybe because they realize they can never really enjoy equality in this land, or maybe because they realize that the natives of this land still look upon them as immigrants. Thus, for many of them, India, the Bharat, which their forefathers abandoned in the quest for a better life, remain a symbol of self-identity that prove the worthiness of their existence. They take emotional asylum in the slogan Jai Hind, which reminds them of the majestic cultural heritage they came from. In short, the land of India is their psychological assurance that they are not orphaned after all. Yeah. With that, I thank you for listening. I purposely wanted to introduce this writer, K.S. Maniam, to all of you. Yeah, to all the participants and the scholars, yeah, the professors, lecturers who are listening, because this is a new horizon for you to do some research. Yeah, don't only look at Western literature. Yeah, look at the immigrants' literature as well. Yeah, we are also your family. Look at how we are surviving and struggling in another land. Yeah. Yeah, you can find Indians, Tamils in Malaysia, and there's another big group in the Caribbean, yeah, especially in Trinidad. Yeah, there are many Indians there as well, and they also write. Okay, you can also look into the literatures produced by the Indians, the diasporic Indians, I would say, yeah, who decided to leave India at once upon a time, looking for greener pastures. All right. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for listening. I thank Dr. Bala and all the organizing committee. Thank you and vanakkam.
Thank you, ma'am. The sense of belongingness and duality in selected works of K.S. Maniam. It was wonderfully explained by you, ma'am. New author, new writer, who is a Malaysian brought up, who is torn between the sense of belongingness and duality. He has explained it clearly through his works, The Return and In a Far Country. You have explained it clearly. The sense of belongingness is been divided into the creating of similar settings and owning a house, everything starting from the beginning of Indian migration during the Chola dynasty and till the end, how Malaysian Indians have been torn between the two nations were clearly explained by you. Thanks for sharing your own experience and thanks for introducing a new author to us. Thank you once again, ma'am. And I thank Bodhi International Journal for giving me such a great opportunity to introduce and welcome note for this great personality to us. Thank you, Bala sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. S. Kaviarasu, and thank you, Dr. Manimandri Mani, for a wonderful session. So next, we have a plenary talk session. Before moving to the session, I request all the participants to note down the rules for the presentation. A presenter can take only 5 minutes for his or her presentation. The first segment of the paper presentation starts at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The second phase of the paper presentation starts at 2:30 p.m. Both the sessions will be chaired by two different resource persons. And with that note, we'll be moving to the plenary talk session. Shall we move on, sir? So repeat the rules once again. The presenter can take only 5 minutes for his or her presentation. The first segment of the paper presentation starts at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. The second phase of the paper presentation starts at 2:30 p.m. and both the sessions will be chaired by two different resource persons. Now we have the plenary talk session. May I now request the chairperson, Mr. Prashant Maurya, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Arts and Management, DIT University, Uttarakhand, India, to initiate the session with his thoughts. Mr. Prashant Maurya.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, I am here.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, so our keynote speaker is with us, ma'am. I welcome you all to this two-day Bodhi International Online Conference on New Vistas in Language and Literature Teaching, organized by PG and Research Department of English, the Stanford Fireworks Rajaratnam College for Women, and Department of English, National College, in association with Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Sciences. So the keynote speaker for this session is Professor, Madam is here, Professor Rashu Sharma. Let me have a quick introduction of her. Professor Rashu Sharma is working as an assistant professor in the Department of English, Government Degree College, Samba, with an experience of 6 years of teaching and English language and literature at the UG and PG level. She has presented paper in more than 30 national and international conferences, chaired a session in an international conference, and got her paper published in international peer-reviewed journals. She has an experience of organizing workshops and faculty development programs for the stakeholders of Higher Education Department, Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory. Her area of specialization is protest and diaspora literature. And with these words, I welcome you, Madam, for this conference, for her keynote address. Madam, are you there?
Yes, very good afternoon. I've joined. Sorry for the last minute delay. Thank you for this, elaborate and highly, extra info. This highly commendable. I would say rather the introduction. I'm humbled, in fact. So let me begin now with the session by. Introducing the topic. It is diaspora literature and introduction. So since it is a very vast topic, I don't think within a span of 30 or 45 minutes, justice can be done to it by delving on every aspect of it. So I would try to deal with the introduction aspect of diaspora literature. Movement, motion, and displacement has been the most common feature of human civilization since its very inception. During nomadic era, people moved for food and shelter. A bit ahead in the pages of history, people moved to conquer land and rule the kingdoms. So during the colonial period, colonizers ventured into the territories with an intention to colonize the people. The slave trade dislocated Asia and major African population. So, the trade also was done with an intention to annex the properties and the amenities of a particular nation for the vested interests of the capitalists. So further, a post-colonized phase during 1950s, people moved towards West for higher studies, jobs, and green cards, etc. That also augmented the movement. The flux was augmented. The constant flux which is seen there in the society is augmented by various factors, including commercial, financial, and academic purposes. So conclusively, it can be inferred that movement is the most common trend of the world. Such movement brings a lot of issues related to loss of culture, heritage, and tradition, lack of identity and identification with one particular nationality, nostalgia of past, memories, the political othering of the migrants. Since you are dislocated from your place, so you are not treated as the natives. So the way the rights, the authority which is given to the natives of a land is majorly denied to the migrants. So, and their struggle for a peaceful coexistence in the adopted hostlands. So since they've left their own homelands and they have adopted, they have chosen to be into another's land. So the others, the otherness, the sense of otherness always haunts the migrants in the hostland. And at the same time, there is a tussle between their efforts at settling in the hostland and detaching themselves from their homeland, since they have their linkages in the homeland as well. So their homeland, the traditions, the customs, they drag them behind, and at the same time they have to move forward also into the next world which they have entered, maybe wishfully or forcefully. That is imperative of the reason, but the fact of the matter is that they are not into their own domain, that they are not into their own area. So that struggle, that tussle always haunts them. Now, during the centuries of constant flux and motion, a lot of literature has been produced by the migrants who have left their homeland either wishfully or forcibly. These tales are one of the finest specimens to study the historical discourse of power politics, colonial and capitalistic history of the world with utmost authenticity and sincerity, since they are the bearers. So the version which they give is highly implicit, is highly indicative of the authorities, of the policies of the ruling state where they are living, or the hostland, as the hostland offers them whatever policies the hostland offers the migrants. So they are the victims of it. So the victim's version is always the most authentic one. So here also we would say, in order to study the power politics, in order to study the colonial invasion, in order to study the slave trade, the best text to be picked up would be the text of a diasporic writer, of a migrant writer, of a slave writer, right? I'd like to quote Homi Bhabha from his book, The Location of Culture, as follows. The study of world literature might be the study of the way in which cultures recognize themselves through their projections of otherness. When once the transmission of national traditions was the major theme of a culture, literature perhaps can now suggest that international histories of migrants, the colonized or political refugees, their borders and frontier conditions may be the terrains of world literature. So this cosmopolitanism, which eventually is becoming the key of livelihood, since in the era of globalization, where people cannot stick at their own roots, where people cannot stay for innumerable reasons, they have to migrate. So they have to follow the dictum of encompassing the world as a common place, as a common house for everyone, as a common homeland for everyone. So that ways, world literature can be studied the best if we study the literature of the diaspora writers. So basically, there are some terms commonly used for the dislocated people, which normally people use interchangeably, but technically speaking, they cannot be used interchangeably as they have their own connotations. For instance, immigrant, evacuee, migrant, diaspora, etc. Whereas we need to understand very carefully that these terms are not exactly synonymous to each other. So they cannot be used interchangeably. As evacuee would refer primarily to a banished person who has been forcibly shifted from a place, whereas a migrant is usually a person who leaves his place out of choice or maybe even possibly. The reasons could be geographical, social, political, or economic. So further, the term diaspora, that has its origin in Greek language, is derived from Greek word diaspero, which means to disperse or scatter. So this is basically derived from Greek language. And in Greek, it was a verb. Verb means to disperse, like we scatter the seeds for germination. So in the same manner, it was firstly used for the Jewish exodus, the Jewish immigrants. For the first time, it was used for Jewish immigrants who were subjected to exodus, and diaspora are usually migrants only with a strong desire of their past or homeland. So this is the major difference between a migrant and a diaspora. So migrant would not focus on his alienation, on the aspect of alienation. Maybe he could be a fighter. A migrant could fight the authorities, could project the injustices put forth to him, but maybe there is not a greater longing to go back to his homeland. There is not a greater pull towards his roots. So which is the major difference between a migrant and a diaspora? A diaspora writer would always have that pull towards his homeland, towards his home in the ancestral place, in his native place where he used to belong. So that ways, this is one of the major differences between a diaspora and a migrant writer. Excuse me. So every migrant cannot be called diaspora, whereas every diaspora is a migrant with a strong desire to locate his roots back in his homeland. So this is the major difference. Hence, I would quote Dr. Nirja Gupta, who has compared diaspora to the roots of banyan tree during one of her lectures. So diaspora erupt like the roots of the banyan tree, the way the roots of the banyan tree erupt at a distance, but superficially they appear to be a distinct entity. But if you see internally, so the roots of banyan tree are very well connected to the stem of the banyan tree. So no matter how far off they go, no matter how much distance they travel in the soil, so similarly, even a diaspora, no matter how far that diasporic writer is living from his own homeland, he could be living in England, he could be living in America, he could be living in any place of the earth, but he would always have a longing or a desire for his own traditions, customs, for he would always be missing. There would be a feeling of nostalgia. So that banyan tree, the roots of the banyan tree can be taken as a symbol for diaspora writers, because similarly they also maintain the link with their past, with their anchor. The anchor keeps holding them. So in short, diaspora is a scattered population whose origin lies within a smaller geographic locale. So Some of the major diasporas of the past include Jewish diaspora, Palestinian diaspora, African, Aryan diaspora, and many others. The first one is the Acadian diaspora. During the British during the British colonial period, Britishers sent members of Acadian community to different colonies with a motto of enforcing assimilation. This happened during 1755 to 1764. So Acadian diaspora, they were around 10,000 people from Acadian community who were sent to different colonies of Britishers to establish to assimilate them with the British nationality or with Christianity. So that happened during that time. Then Palestinian diaspora, it began in 1948 when Palestinians were excluded from Palestine. Now it is known as Israel. And African diaspora. This term is commonly used to refer to mass dispersion of Africans during transatlantic slave trade from the 1500s to 1800s. Yes, during that time when slave trade was at its peak, so many of the Africans had to forcefully leave their own homeland, their families, their culture, their houses, their lands here, and had to be taken away for the purpose of working as slaves. Australian diaspora, it refers to almost 8,60,000 Australians living overseas. Bosnian diaspora. This diaspora as a phenomenon appeared after 4 years of planned ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Korean diaspora, Tamil diaspora is also one of the very prominent diasporas. It is a term that denotes people from Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan origin who have settled in many parts of India, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, South Africa, Mauritius, Fiji, Europe, Trinidad, Ghana, Australia, America, etc. Now, French-Canadian diaspora, it includes hundreds of thousands of people who left Quebec for greener pastures in the United States. Cuban diaspora, Irish diaspora is also one of the very important diasporas. It consists of immigrants and their descendants due to past famines and political oppressions. As exodus or immigration is forced at times, it could be forced. Mass movements are mostly forced. So these forced movements could arise out of the geographical reasons, out of any other technical reasons, any other political reasons. They could be war, there could be natural calamity that could force the native people to leave that place because that is no more inhabitable, so they have to find another home. So in the search of home, often people leave their land, but after reaching the new land, they miss their own homeland, and that is how they become the diaspora, and they play a very constructive role at times in the growth. There is a sort of brotherhood in world due to this act of migration, due to this act of flux identities. So a sort of stereotyping is kind of checked in the world, which is very much needed, because world often tends to break into dichotomies. So those dichotomies can be broken, can be mitigated, can be can be settled or can be diluted due to the act of migration. So that is also in a way good for the society, for the world at large, because people need to understand each other, need to respect each other, above caste, above religion, above race. That is why literature is so well accepted in the domain of social studies, because literature establishes social equality. So lands do not always belong to the people who are born there. It is also meant for the people who are inhabiting it at that moment, because anywhere, anytime, a natural calamity can arise and you can be forced, you can become a migrant at any moment. So that kind of empathy, can be generated only after we read the texts of these diasporic writers. So now another diaspora, which was the oldest diaspora in Indian writing, in English writing, is Jewish diaspora. it is the historical use, which it refers in historical use. It is referred to the period between Romanian invasion and subsequent occupation of the land of Israel, beginning in 70 BC. So it was it is one of the most archaic and one of the most ancient immigration which is noted. 70 BC in modern use, and in the modern use, the diaspora, Jewish diaspora, refers to the Jews living outside the state. So there are two uses, two meanings of Jewish diaspora. One is that which was done in 70 BC, which originated from where the term of diaspora has taken its origin. South African diaspora is mainly, it consists of white South Africans who have fled the country for innumerable reasons and are at present living in Australia, USA, UK, Canada, and nations of Caribbean. Southeast Asian diaspora, they include refugees of wars that took place in Southeast Asia. For example, World War I, II, Vietnam War in particular. These wars have rendered people homeless, rendered lands uninhabitable, so rendered lands barren, unfit for food production. So that's why these people have to migrate, like pretty much like nomadic people who used to migrate for food, who used to migrate for hunting. So similarly, even these South Asian people after wars were forced to live a nomadic life. They were forced to move into other countries. So South Asian diaspora, it includes millions of people of South Asian descent who left in British India during the late 19th and early 20th century and are living in United Arab Emirates, Fiji, Singapore, Malaysia, Trinidad, Australia, United States of America, etc. Now coming down to Indian diaspora. Indian diaspora is one of the very prominent contributor of Indian literature as well, Indian literature and writer. Many of the Indian diasporic writers who are living abroad or who come back at times to India, or who have houses there, who are green card holders. So those writers have contributed immensely to Indian writing in English. So they are a very prominent contributors towards Indian writing in English. Indian diaspora is a generic term used for people who have migrated from the territories that are currently within the borders of the Republic of India. It constitutes of NRIs, that is non-residential Indians, and PIOs, that is persons of Indian origins. So both of them come under the category of Indian diaspora. Now, Indian diaspora is estimated to be over 30 million. And it can be classified into two categories. First is the forced migration to Africa and Caribbean islands in the 18th and 19th century. And second one is voluntary migration to United States, United Kingdom, France, and other European countries for professional or academic purposes. So features of diaspora primarily include nostalgia, memory, imaginary homeland, alienation, hybrid identities, hybridities, and new identities, globalization, and cosmopolitanism. As I've already discussed about cosmopolitanism, that it is entire world is home for everyone, for any race, for any kind of people. So people's when they differentiate on the basis of race, on the basis of ethnicity, on the basis of their nationality. So that should be, so cosmopolitanism as a concept brings to the fore that these binaries or these divisions, no matter, exist in society. Now, different kinds of Indian diasporas across time and space, because diasporas have spread all across the world. So over a period of time, what happens due to assimilation, due to cultural hybridity, due to cultural integration, so a new identity evolves. So then there is a loss of alignment which they feel to which sector, to which division the diaspora writers should or diaspora people should align themselves to, whether they should be aligned to their native land or they should be aligned to, because there are no more the concrete identity, there are no more the exact replica of what the original identity was. Now they have evolved into a new identity. They are a hybrid personality. So now they cannot neither go back to their origins, neither they can completely because of the politics, because of the certain victims of society. They are, because of the discriminatory attitude of the governments or of people, they are not even given complete rights as the hostland natives are living. So they are living in a dilemma. Different kinds of Indian diasporas across time and space are: first is pre-European diasporas, maritime and caravan roots diaspora, European colonial period diaspora, indentured labor voluntary or commercial diaspora, and now the latest is post-colonial diaspora. Now, what is diaspora literature? Any kind of literature produced by these writers, these human beings, these nationals, these people who have migrated to a new land would be categorized under diaspora literature. Before discussing this kind of literature, I'd like to quote Amitav Ghosh from his book, The Great Deranger. He's written on a page, a lot of people coming across were from Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt. These are countries where I have spent time. So this is the new concept of nationality. Now, what do you call yourself? You have spent a considerable time in Libya. You've spent a considerable time in Tunisia and Egypt. You are considerably associated to those people. Their identities are, very familiar to you. So you kind of, feel oneness with their identities as well. So I found myself quite hypnotized by the unfolding of this crisis. I started looking at the pictures that were on the front pages of newspapers. There were many South Asian faces in the boards, people from his part of the world. Now this is his part of the world. This line would state how which part of the world is his part of the world. This is the question. Which part of the world is he can concretely say is my part of the world, as he has some proportion of him living in all the parts of the world. He's traveled like this. He's traveled. He's lived. He's for work purposes. He was there for a considerable time. So that has impacted his memory. That has impacted his mannerism. That has impacted his identity. That has impacted his customs, his traditions. So he's no more the original version of an Indian person. He has the impact of all these identities on him. So those who have read his novels like The Gun Island would be able to relate to the fact that how tenaciously he has used the symbols of boats and migration. So these diasporic writers, for symbols, they most of the times go back to their roots, because their original memory, their original stock of symbols what they have is from their homeland. So homeland always rules their writing. That's why we can call them diasporic writer. Now this is a very crucial point to be kept in mind in case they completely detach themselves from the roots, in case they completely overcome the impact of their roots, which is very, very rare to happen, which is very, very uncommon to happen. But in case it happens, then they surpass the category of diasporic writers. Then they can no matter be placed in the diasporic writers, because then they do not use the symbols, the anecdotes of their own land. So they have no association left anymore with their land. So they have accepted, or maybe the governments have also accepted them, and they are happily settled in the next inhabitation. So they are happy with the next nationality. They have happily accepted it, and that is when we cannot call them diasporic writer. The first paramount trait of a diasporic writing is that there is a longing for past. There are sources, there are quotations from past. There are certain things which the writers actually look back into past for. Okay, so now I would like to discuss, the major Indian diasporic writers. So A.K. Ramanujan is one of the first prominent Indian diasporic writers who occupies an important place in the Indo-American poetic world. So his works are about situations of Indians who are lost in the Western world. Now, V.S. Naipaul is a Booker as well as Nobel Prize winner, and he received knighthood also. His one of the most famous works is A House for Mr. Biswas. Very critically acclaimed novel which he's written. Salman Rushdie, Journey to the Homelands. It is Salman Rushdie is one of the very renowned figures of Indian diaspora, Amitav Ghosh, Vikram Seth, his Golden Gate, and other novels which he's written. So M.G. Vasanji Rohinton Mistry, who is a Parsi Canadian and who writes through the ethnocentric experiences. So David Dabdilin and Cyril Dabdilin. Female diasporic writers are Kamla Markandeya, Anita Desai, Kiran Desai, Bharti Mukherjee. In her Wife, she's very well highlighted the concept of alienation, how wife feels alienated in her new world, where the husband is very happy because he does not feel the diasporic pull. So, which is there very vehemently seen in the emotions and in the emotional turmoil of wife. So, Chitra Banerjee, Jhumpa Lahiri, Gayatri Spivak are some of the prominent major diasporic writers. There are many more. So diaspora is a very vast field which cannot be studied in a span of 30, 20 minutes or 45 minutes. Hope I've done justice to it. I've introduced diaspora writers, diasporic themes to you. Generally, diasporic literature deals with alienation, displacement, nostalgia, cross-cultural encounters, identity conflict, displacement, dislocation, and fragmentation of identity. To which part do I belong completely? That is one of the major questions of the diasporic writers, because there is fragmented. Their identity is fragmented into pieces. They are not completely new and they're not completely old. So that that fragmented identity gives their texts, their literature, a quest for identity, an existential element. Then racial discrimination, marginalization, of course, as I already discussed, that they are majorly marginalized because the equal rights are not given to them. Then cultural confrontation, they have to confront the new cultural, like we've read in Mahatma Gandhi's autobiography, when he went to London, how he had to, he was forced by his own friends to have non-vegetarian, whereas he was a pure vegetarian, and his mother had taken vows from him not to abstain from three things: from liquor, from women, and from meat. So these kind of conflicts are very common in diaspora literature. So assimilation, yes, at times. Then after a prolonged phase of fragmentation, there comes a phase of assimilation, wherein a certain aspects start absorbing automatically in our identity, which we do not understand. Okay, so maybe even knowingly or unknowingly, we get into those customs if we stay for a longer period there. So assimilation, hybridity. Then this hybridity, a very important concept, hybridity, which is a post-colonial concept. So hybridity is, again, that new identity which has been formed out of your previous and amalgamation of your previous and your new impact. So a new identity is formed. So then again, you are left placeless, because even if you are a hybrid, you would not be taken properly by your own people, by the people of your homeland, and even the next people would find you a diluted version of them. So even they would might be discriminating against you racially, or behaviorally they would be mistreating you, ill-treating you. So that new identity, does that solve the purpose of the diasporic writer? Does that provide them what they want? Does that provide them that authority? Yes. In a way, they by writing diasporic writings, what they are doing is the way they are orchestrating their woes. And orchestrating your woes is one of the first primitive requisition in order to attain equality, in order to voice your concerns. So this is the purpose of diasporic writing, that they are bringing in their plight in black and white in front of people. They are bringing their plight in front of the authorities, in front of the ruling nation, in front of the officials, so that it can be addressed to. So in short, it reflects the immigrant experiences that comes out of immigrant settlement. Thank you and have a nice day. I would like to apologize for the abrupt beginning at this time, because I was actually in a fix. So I'm apologetic for that. I hope I've been able to do justice to the topic which I picked up, because there was a last minute issue at my place, so I was busy in that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, dear organizers. Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan. And I can see Prashant Maurya. Thank you, Prashant, for introducing me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this. Again, ma'am, when you talked about technical glitches, I can see that my camera is not working. So, in this online phase, we always go through all these things. So yeah,
I agree. I agree. Yeah. And the biggest issue is that we are working within the homely atmosphere. So working in the homely atmosphere is even more taxing.
It is very difficult to accommodate everybody.
When you are sitting at home, maybe anything at the last moment occurs, so you have to address to it as well. So the same thing happened with me today. So that's why I was a bit out of my mind frame, and I apologize for that.
But again, ma'am, we have to learn all these ways, because we are going through this phase and we don't know when this pandemic will end and when we will come into the regular life.
I agree that normalcy has been uprooted from our lives completely. So, but now, thanks to technology, that we can still adhere to whatever little we can do. We are still focused. The focus is not lost. So that is more important.
Yeah, I also prefer this new normalcy, because I was able to connect to you. I'm sitting in Dehradun and you are in Jammu Kashmir. So It would be very difficult to meet in personally, but again, we are all connected, and we have international guests also. So Mani Mangai ma'am had already given a key speak. And we see that we have lots of participants from other. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session. I really enjoyed, and hope the participants would have also enjoyed. So the way you talked about the diasporic identity and Nepal, and you especially when you focused on Amita Ghosh, Rasdi and Nepal. So because my area is also fiction, but it's not the diasporic fiction. Yes, definitely I'm doing in historical fiction, but yes, often do I relate to all these authors. So when you talked about that, was so nice, ma'am. Thank you so much for this wonderful session, ma'am. And because
thank you for all the patience to listen to me. Thank you.
It's not like that, ma'am. But definitely, I would like to ask the audience if they have questions, because in the previous session we don't get time to ask questions from the speaker. But here we have enough time, and ma'am is here with us. So I would like to request the participants, if they have any questions, so they can put, if they are comfortable, they can speak, or if they're not comfortable, they can put it in chat box. I will read it out. So it is up to the participants if they would like to a very quick question, one or two. So that will make this house full and this process complete, I assume.
Agreed.
So it's up to the participants if they have any question. Again, if you don't have question, you can say about the session about ma'am, because we cannot be a passive listener. We are in an online conference also. So
that is also one of the cons, one of the
it is very difficult to make others speak. So that
Exactly.
happens even in online classes also, we face such issues.
Absolutely. As a teacher, we face it every day. We have to actually, make surprise checks of whether people are listening, whether people are they're interested. I'm there. I'm open for any sort of query.
Yeah, so we can wait for 1 minute, ma'am, if somebody asks. I request the participants to ask question because we had this wonderful session, and yeah, we have got a message from, thank you, Disha, for initiating this. So ma'am, we have a message from Disha, and she says that it was indeed a very informative session.
Thank you, Disha, for such a positive feedback. Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
Another message is from Shiva, who says that it was such a nice, amazing session. And we came to know about the diasporic literature. And
my pleasure, my pleasure. Whatever little I can contribute, since I'm also a scholar on diaspora itself. I am also pursuing PhD at present. So the more you learn, the more is better. So there is no limit to knowledge. So we should always be hungry for it. We should always be craving for it. And if I could learn something from the participants, even that is welcomed, because we are always learners.
So we have message flooding in, ma'am. So Shiv Shankari, Rashka, Judwin. So
thank you.
They all are thanking you.
Thank you so very much for the generosity, dear participants. I'm humbled.
Thanks for your remarkable.
Yeah, we have.
Thanks for your remarkable presentation on diasporic literature, because it's quite interesting for me to listen, and your contribution is very interesting.
Absolutely, and it is one of the most upcoming fields as well, sir, because the kind we've wars going across. We have this Afghanistan situation, which is a very this COVID pandemic has aggravated the migrant population everywhere. It is accumulated. It is accentuated the migrant population in every country. So that the rootlessness is there prevalent very often in our society. It's very it's pertinent topic to be discussed in today's time, because there's a lot of mass movement taking place. All the time it has happened, but during COVID it got aggravated. It needs special attention, because psychologically, if the world is doing well, that psychological conflict is always there with an external conflict. So wherever there is external conflict, that psychological conflict needs to be settled. So that place of accommodation, maybe these theories which we read actually on books, they look very hefty and very heavy words are used. But in brief, if we jot down, the conclusion is humanitarianism. So wherever there is a humanitarian approach, all these conflicts would be mitigated. All these all sorts of discrimination would be done away with. So that is.
Yeah, ma'am, as you mentioned the Afghanistan scene, so I am reminded of the incidents there, and how people are struggling to settle down somewhere.
Exactly.
Lots of countries are not opening there. They are
we've seen horrific horrific pictures on TV. So world at large is not at peace. World at large is not at peace. A few
it is difficult, very difficult to say where will they go, so even they are not getting the asylums. So where will they go? So, and even if they get some place to settle down, what will be their diasporic identity there? Because again, in the 21st century, they are an outsider to any country.
Yeah, that otherness always prevails. That prevails for years together, maybe even for centuries, I guess, because that ethnic superiority which is there, which is the racial, the ethnic conflicts are so deep rooted in our literature. We have instances of it. We go deep down in literature, so it is not something which has come up abruptly. It is something which has been seen for ages. But then maybe as literates, as students of literature, we should try to talk on these topics more, so that people develop a sort of soft corner for migrants as well. So nobody moves by choice. Nobody moves by choice. So they are expelled either for some or the other reasons. So then these theories would actually pay us results if we as human beings understand the other's miseries.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful
It was
session.
pleasure.
Yeah, it was really a pleasure to meeting you as well as to listening you. Hope the
All the gain is
participants would
mine.
have
All the gain is mine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request again, I'm thankful to the organizing team for inviting ma'am, as well as, it was a great opportunity to listen to ma'am. And thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity, Bala sir and Kaviarasu sir, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And now I request the moderator to take the. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Rashu Sharma, for the excellent presentation with great enthusiasm. And I also sincerely thank Mr. Prashant Maurya, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Arts and Management, DIT University, Uttarakhand, India, who carried out his doctorate at IIT Roorkee, and he has been one of the members on the board of Historical Fictions Research Network, United Kingdom. Once again, thank you, sir, for initiating the plenary session, and once again, thank you. So we are now moving to the paper presentation session. So
thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So the chairperson for this paper presentation session is Dr. Ritushri Senugupta. Unfortunately, due to some inevitable climatic conditions in West Bengal, she just can't able to join the session for now. So instead, we have another resource person, Dr. A. Padmapriya, Assistant Professor of English, the Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College, Sivakasi. I request ma'am to take over the session. Padmapriya ma'am, are you here? And I also request all the presenters to be ready with their presentation once the speaker take over the session. And remember that you have only 5 minutes of time for each presentation. Okay, the resource person will be joining us shortly. So until then, we can start the presentation. I invite Ms. Malati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, to take over the session and start the presentation. Ms. Malati, are you here? I request all the presenters to be ready. And I also request the presenters to follow the list that has been shared already. Ms. Malati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KG College of Arts and Science from Coimbatore. If you are ready with your presentation, you can just start it.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, you are.
One second, ma'am. I want to present the screen. Ma'am, please wait. I will share the screen, ma'am.
Yes, you can do it, ma'am.
One second, ma'am. Share my desktop level. Desktop. Desktop level. Am I sharing the screen, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. One second, ma'am. Okay, I am Malti from KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. I am in English department. In this conference, I am going to present the social structure and globalization by Arundhati Roy, the God of Small Things. So here we will first see about Arundhati Roy, the author of this novel. Susanna Arundhati Roy is an Indian author. Her novel, The God of Small Things, published in 1997, and it won the Man Booker Prize for fiction. Globalization and imperialism are the themes which cannot be separated. The theme deals with Indian economy, Indians' role, and the novel position within the global market of literature. So about this only I deals with the scenario of the Indian social structure and political structure. So The God of Small Things is one of the best novel. It is about the childhood experience of fraternal twins whose lives are destroyed by love loss. It explores how the small things affect the people's behavior and their lives. So in this novel, Roy foreshadows the private love relationship. It actually socially and politically connected. So it is like a personal life is connected with, related with social and political scenario or structure. This includes the novel to focus on caste and religion as well as politics. In surface level, it deals with gender. So it controlled by family members, even attached to their ego, ultimately exposed to the violence. When you talk about gender, it's about the family members, and she touched about their egos, and it ultimately we have to expose the violence. So in explaining the social, political structure, it relates to dictating the personal relationship of characters, hence gender plays a vital role in the family. Many critics argued Roy's portrayal of a communist party in India. The characters like Veluata is portrayed with considerable sympathy by Roy. So that's why she touched that community, and the tragic reveals evidence in Ammu and Velata's illicit affair. They both become criminals. So through this circumstance, she talks about the domestic space of home and transformed into criminals. So how the domestic peoples are slowly transformed into criminals by the society. So through this character, you can understand the social and political influence. So Roy wants to showcase that these characters are not protected by legal framework. It is pathetic that the children first time witness their mother's crime. The violent history marked by conquest and domination. So it is like violent incidents or happened because of this domination. However, the novel exploring the theme of damaging effect of colonialism on Indian environment, even business were collapsed and it affects the members of the family. So indirectly, it dominating the family members. So Roy puts her attempt in exploring the history of modern India. I concluded with the statement or study that there might be an individual difference in the character, but they are similar in facing the threat caused by the society. So the novel presents the life in the God's own country that signifies ungodly. In this novel, Roy tries to expose all those victims. Thank you all. This is my presentation for social structure and globalization in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So next we have Dr. Nidhi Mishra, Assistant Professor of English, Govind Sarang Government Law College, Badapra, Chhattisgarh.
Wait a minute, ma'am. I will stop this screen.
sharing. Dr. Niti Krishna, are you there? I request Dr. Niti Krishna, Assistant Professor of English, to take over the session. Okay, so next, Dr. Manjula Goyal.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, you can start with your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very good noon to Dr. Ritu Sen Gupta and Dr. S. Savitha. I'm Dr. Manjula Goyal, Associate Professor from RKSD PG College, Kethal, Haryana. And this is my proud privilege to present my paper in your conference. Thank you so much for giving me the chance. The topic of my present, am I audible to ma'am, to you all?
Yes, ma'am, it is very clear.
Okay. The topic of today's paper is the evolving status of Indian women writers from ancient to post-colonial period, an overview. During the Victorian age, there was an unending debate over the roles of women in literature. A lot of it has to be blamed on the fact that earlier literacy rate was strictly limited and majority of those who would write were male. Women were treated in literature as angelic figures, innocent, physically weaker, and nothing less than household commodities. However, the contribution of women to oral folklore cannot be taken for granted. In India, women writers came into existence during British rule. Before those eminent literary personalities believed that women writers were the ones who supported the old tradition of the narrating tales in India. The study of Indian manuscripts and texts, the Vedas, the great epics, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Samritis, the Purans, has made an attempt to access women's role and position in ancient Indian civilization. The advent of Indian writing in English is notified in mid-19th century. This is exquisitely exemplified in the Bengali novels of Ramesh Chandra Chatterjee, Rabindranath Tagore, in which socio-political situation existing in the country is faithfully mirrored right from the early phase of reformist exuberance to the growth of a revolutionary consciousness among the common masses of India. But the seeds of women's writing in India can be traced back in the last quarter of 20th century. The periphery of their creative imagination was confined to romances, fantasy, and fairy tales. Though the female writers like Raj Lakshmi Devi, Swan Kumari Devi, Shanta Chatterjee, Sita Chatterjee are the earlier models of the Indian women novelists. The next era of English fiction in India was inaugurated with the advent of Ruth Parwar Jabwala, Kamla Markandeya, Atiya Hussain, Nayanthara Sehgal, Shanta Rao, Rama Rao, and Anita Desai. It is the first phase of women novelists in India covering a span of 30 years, stretching from 1950 to 1980, and can be defined as the phase of social representation and social reawakening. Also, the feminist vision is interpreted in the novels of the contemporary Indian women novelists like Shashi Deshpande, Arundhati Ray, Geeta Hariharan, Uma Vasudev, Anita Rao Badami, Kiran Desai, Bharti Mukherjee, Chitra Banerjee, Namita Gokhale, Shobha De, Jhumpa Lahiri, Kamla Das, Nargis Dalal, Deena Mehta, Indira Goswami, Malti Chandra, Gauri Deshpande, Anita Nair, Sudha Murthy, Geeta Hariharan, Bapsi Sidhwa, Kemla Shashmi, and Manju Kapoor, etc. The status and predicament of women in Indian society has been yet another motivating force for the Indian novelist with a social purpose. Gandhiji advocated women to participate in freedom movement actively, recognizing the potential of women to join their counterparts in their struggle against ignorance, superstition, and backwardness. Indian English novelists in particular began to treat women as legitimate subjects for their purposeful social novels. The beginning of Indian women writers writing in English started with the poetry of Torudar and Sarojini Naidu. In ancient period, we found the traces of women writers whose writing proved a landmark in the writing Vedas. Ghosha, she was an Indian female philosopher and seer in ancient Vedic period. She was proficient in Vedas and she had even scripted 2 hymns in Rig Veda. She was also known as Brahmavadini or speaker or proclaimer of Brahmana. Lopmudra was a female philosopher. According to ancient Vedic Indian literature, she was the wife of Saint Agastya, who is believed to have lived in Rig Veda period. As many hymns have been attributed as her contribution to this Veda. Both were called.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. We just got only 1 more minute for you. So.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Actually, I have given the reference of these ancient women writers. And after that, I have given some few descriptions of Shashi Deshpande, Arundhati Rai, and Geeta Hariharan, Anita Rani Badami, who contributed to Indian writing in English literature. And to sum up, in the contemporary Indian literary scenario, Indian women writers in English who reflect the truth of Indian reality. They have created a wide readership and strong critical endorsement that reflect the attention of serious academicians and scholars. All the post-colonial and post-modern predicaments are wrestled to demonstrate a high level of self-consciousness, which continue interrogate the social, philosophical, cultural issues of rape and sexual harassment of innocent women in the contemporary Indian society. Their intellectual insight, conceptual, theoretical, and textual experiment have engaged and interpreted the complex colonial and post-colonial situation. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Manjula, for the presentation. Now we have Mrs. Sri ICNLLT, Assistant Professor of English, New Prince Sri Bhavani Arts and Science College, Chennai, and also Dr. P. Arokyanathan, Associate Professor of English, Faculty of Arts and Science, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Start the presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm inside. Just give me a minute to share my screen, ma'am. Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, I'm Aisha Lakshmi, Assistant Professor of English, New Prince Sri Bhavani Arts and Science College, Chennai, and I'm being a research scholar in Bharat University. I'm happy to be a part of New Vistas in Language and Literature Teaching, and my title is Women's Precarious of Self-Madness Towards a Fuller Identity in Surfacing by Margaret Atwood. Margaret Atwood, she's an Canadian poet, novelist, essayist, literary critic, teacher, environmental activist, and inventor. Canadian writer best known for her prose fiction and for her female perspective. And she won numerous awards and honors for her writing. And she taught in universities like Canada and America. Atwood's writing. She includes art and creation other than the other writers included. She deconstructs myth, fairy tales, and the classics, and she is famous for Gothic writing. Atwood ponders human behavior, celebrates the natural world, and condemns materialism. She's known for exploring ideas of gender, power, and identity, and for rewriting myths and fairy tales. And she wrote about future dystopias in her famous work, The Handmaid's Tale. Dystopia, which means the imaginary state. It talks about the men's domination towards women. A major theme of her novels, failure and fertility with the protagonist character. Most of her novel we can find protagonist character or female. Mild anti-Americanism, multiculturalism we can find because she's basically a Canadian writer, so we can see a multiculturalism. Ecofeminism, which means it talks about the relationship between the protagonist character and the nature. Search of self-identity, Southern Ontario Gothic, underdog heroes, diversity and women empowerment. And my novel, it talks about surfacing, part of a detective novel, and we can find it's a psychological thriller and the story of a talented woman. She goes in search of her missing father on a remote island in northern Quebec. Quebec is a place in France. Surfacing is a work permeated with the aura of suspense. Surfacing is a post-colonial novel, deals with ecofeminism. Ecofeminism, I already told, which means a relationship between the nature and the character. Plot, if we go for plot, the book tells the story of a woman who returned to her hometown in Canada to find her missing father, accompanied by her lover, Joe, and a married couple, Anna and David. The unnamed protagonist meets her past in her childhood house, recalling events and feelings. Here, Margaret Atwood talks about the nostalgic feeling of protagonist character. Little by little, the past overtakes her and drives her into the realm of wildness and madness. Themes here she used as a separation. Separation is a major theme of surfacing. This is established in the first chapter when the narrator is shown to be a politically disposed as an English speaker in Quebec. So I already told you Quebec is a place in France where we can find a French-speaking nation. The narrator also feels disconnected with the people around her, equating human interaction with that of animals. The mouthpiece for feeling of nationalism is extremist David, who claimed Canada would be better without the Francis Pick-Youngs. This is the term first time Atwood she used in this novel to expose us about the Americans, one who people are occupied in the Canada to make Canada be a multicultural country. She satirically used that word. And feminism in the work. Feminism, a theme in many of Atwood's novels, is explored through the perspective of the female narrative, exposing the ways women are marginalized in their professional and private lives. And I conclude my speech here. In conclusion, Atwood claims that America's subtle culture infiltration of Canada is actually a form of colonialism. Atwood questions women's conventional social and sexual role in this work, most of her work, the social implications of makeup, the potential false ideals of marriage, the notion of a natural woman, the psychological mechanism that men use to exert control over women, that is talks about the domination of men. As such, Atwood presents a frank condemnation of the sexual and social norms forced upon women. And thank you. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Aisha Lakshmi, for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for giving this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you.
So next we have Dr. Venkata Lecturer, Department of English, Loyola Degree College, AP.
Good morning, madam. Sorry, good afternoon, madam.
Yeah.
I would like to share the screen.
Yeah, sure.
Am I audible to you, madam?
Yeah, you are audible. It is clear.
So, good afternoon to everyone. My topic of presentation is American literature from the colonial period to the contemporary period, a study. So, the history of literature of any nation, country, or language shows the advent of representative authors, poets, writers, playwrights, and essayists, along with the growth of genres, isms in a chronological manner. It holds a mirror to the diverse matters that include social, political, economical, philosophical, and religious aspects of life. So American literature occupies not less than 400 years, which can be divided into periods for the sake of convenient study. The first period I'm going to share is the colonial and early national period. At the outset, American literature was non-fiction writings written by the settlers who were British, and the colonies occupied by them later became American. The content of their literary works was history, religion, poetic self-expression, autobiography, slavery, and creative writing. And John Smith historical sketches initiated American literature. John Winthrop was one of the founders of New England. His works mainly on religion. Benjamin Franklin autobiography expresses the story of the American life. He assisted in drafting the Declaration of Independence. And next, coming to the Romantic era. Romanticism is the subjective feeling of a person as the interruption of reasoning. It is an individual's emotional experience. Nature is the predominant objective element. Its genesis was in Europe in 18th century. Its emergence was observed in the 19th century. Humor was also introduced in writing. American literary romanticism evolves mainly from the English romantic poets like Coleridge and Wordsworth, and also from German romantic philosophy. And Edgar Allan Poe was first American short story detective writer. He was a poet, editor, and writer of short stories. He is the first American detective short story writer. It is the murders in the Rio Mob. He struggled a lot against the conventional inhibitions, and his death was a mystery. And next, transcendentalism. Transcendentalism mainly focuses on intuition and nature. Nature is an array of physical symbols from which knowledge of the supernatural can be initiated. And we should aspire to the ideal, to the changing, what is to what ought to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson and Thoreau are the two major poets of transcendentalism. The significant writers of these periods are Nathaniel Hawthorne, Herman Melville, and Walt Whitman. His short stories, novels, and poems represent the era. Ralph Waldo Emerson is the most influential transcendentalist. His books, Nature and Our intuitions about nature led us steadily away from the impermanent and perishable toward the absolute. And as our relationship to nature becomes every more spiritual, its evil disappear, displaced by goodness and virtue. And next, period of realism and naturalism. The Civil War affected people's life to a very great extent. Loss of life and destitution were the result. Nation dominated by northern business and finance. New laws encouraged industry on a large scale. Realism and later naturalism were literary modes well suited to interrupt a materialistic society. Against these modes, writers and readers who demanded that literature advance ideal values fought a long, ultimately losing battle. Samuel Clemens combined realism and humor in his literary works. Benjamin Franklin Norris was a naturalist, novelist, and correspondent. And lastly, the modernist period. After World War I, many young writers came up with new social and artistic ideas. They went to Europe and discovered new standards of craftsmanship and new techniques developed by an older generation of artists and thinkers. Though their technical refinement was European, their subject matter was American. 20th century brought innovative technology in science. With us, progress started boosting new phases in the lives of the people. And T.S. Eliot was an American, but he chose to be British. The Wasteland and Four Quarters are the poems portray the features of the modern world. Robert Frost was a great poet who used the American slang, depicted the rural life of the people of New England. In the contemporary period, it brought significant cultural shifts driven by the civil rights movement and the women's movement. Black literature came into limelight. Toni Morrison novels, Starvey and Beloved, speak of the Blacks' personal and societal plight in America. Alice Walker novels like Secret of Joy and The Third Life of the Grange Copeland produce a painful picture of the Afro-American. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we have Ms. Vidya, PhD Research Scholar, Kanchana Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, last at Tiruchirappalli. Ms. Vidya, you can just start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. The title of my paper is Bama's Sankati, Unmasking Economic Abuse and its Psychological Trauma. So Bama's Sankati is about the voices of many women interacting with their struggles in day-to-day life. So the novel discusses about the economic abuse and many kinds of violence that a woman undergoes throughout her lifetime. So there were economic inequality where the women characters in the novel suffered due to the financial burden. Bama has portrayed about the hardships due to relative poverty. The women suffers due to insufficient income to meet their daily needs. The women characters undergo tremendous sufferings by their own men, and their quest for self-liberation is well depicted in this novel. And this novel also discusses about the women who are oppressed twice due to the poverty because they suffer due to generational poverty. And we can find in this novel that the inner voices of the women who were subjected to economic exploitation is well illustrated. So though they face displeasure in marital life, yet they struggle to bring changes in their life. So this is the gist of the novel. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I finished.
Thank you so much. Now, I call upon Rajesh, Research Scholar, to present his paper. K. Rajesh, Research Scholar, Madurai Kamaraj University.
Yes, madam.
Please go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Rajesh K. from Aragam University. The topic of my presentation today is, ma'am, audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
You are audible.
Ma'am, should I upload any PPT or add power, or otherwise I can present blindly?
You can present your PPT.
No, ma'am, I didn't prepare PPT. I have only a Word file.
Okay, fine, no problem. You can present your Word file too.
So, okay, topic of my presentation today is teachers' role in developing autonomy at tertiary level. Today, we all know the autonomy plays a vital role in language learning. Here, the question is, autonomy is the capacity of a learner or a behavior. So, there is no strong evidence based on that. Is it a capacity or a behavior? So research autonomy in language and learning. So origin of research autonomy in language learning can be dated back to 1970s. So XUJ defines autonomy, self-instruction, self-direction, self-access, and distance learning out of class learning. These components are not considered as learner autonomy. Strongly not considered as this is the synonym for learner autonomy. Learner autonomy doesn't have a strong evidence or strong synonym. Here, so we discuss the definition of autonomy is the probably most difficult question to answer the autonomy language learning. Any answer to like to be a subjective. Autonomy considered as a subjective one. For a granted, a Miller says these components. The teacher's role in fostering learner autonomy. Most of the teachers would agree that the goal significance of teaching is to bring about the changes in learners and aim to so effectively how the Weller says point out that these changes might be and how they can be effectively bring about are determined by a complex set of interrelated that depend upon the learners and teachers pursue respective roles and upon set of the decision both taken by them and imposed upon them and experienced both past and present that they bring with them any given learning situation. So complex the relationship between facts, these factors that one features of many methodology of language learning is ignored and magazines and teachers role. The role of teachers in fostering learner autonomy, the teacher need adjust their role, help the learner to develop their learner autonomy. The role which are expected distinct from old ones carry out the traditional teaching context. So here the teacher should change the teaching methodology and approach in language teaching and learning process. Then only it involve the learners to learn the language. Maria Montessori says, if you teach me, I forget. If you impress me, I remember. If you involve me, I learn. That is autonomy here. We have to, that is as a teacher, I have to involve the learner to learn the language through the innovative methods and technology. We should not stick on only on the traditional way of teaching. So here the question is, already I told you that what is autonomy? It is the capacity of the learner or the skill of the learner. So that is a difficult one to answer, but the role of the teacher should enhance the learner to learn through the autonomy. So here the students, first of all, the students have to learn how to learn. The role of the teacher here is to promote their learning and help them and facilitate them to learn the language. So teachers' role in fostering learner autonomy, Hicks says, so during the learning process, in order to help the student to learn how the learner independent and effectively, the teacher play the role of the managers and creators, supportive, stimulating the learner environment, who is available as resource person who challenge the learners to achieve their potential, to help the learner to become aware of institutional requirements and expectation association with the discipline in they are studying. Nuance says the teacher are changing their traditional roles and moving to new ones. Develop better teaching techniques. So Young says teacher have role in develop the students' learning strategy, which can facilitate the development of the learner. That is to say, teacher should be responsible for the strategy instruction and help the students to build the belief, confidence, autonomous learning. Then the objectives, determining the objectives, defining the contents, progress, select methods and technique to be used, monitoring and proceeding the acquisition properly, speaking, rhyme, time, place, etc., evaluating what has been acquired. Here the teachers should make the people to learn how to learn and enhance them to learn themselves, teachers themselves to be a autonomous learner. Then only they can make their students to learn the autonomy and follow the autonomous learning. Here,
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. We are really taking time. If you could wind up the paper, it would be sufficient and it would be fine.
okay. Thank you, sir.
That's also you want to say any points? You want to sum up? Okay, so thank you. So now we have Dinesh, Mr. Dinesh, Associate Professor of Sociology, Ashika College of Arts and Science, Kerala.
Okay, thank you all. My name is Dinesh. Okay. My paper is the threefold violence portrayed in Khalid Hosseini's novel, A Thousand Splendid Sun. The dictionary accounts for the word violence are extreme force, action which causes disruption, pain, or suffering, widespread fighting, injustice, wrong, ravishment, rape, etc. In Khalid Hosseini's novel, A Thousand Splendid Suns, the reader can observe all these varieties of violence. Here, all the three types of violence, structural, cultural, and direct violence, are exposed in a precarious mode of narration. Violence in the state, violence on the basis of one's ethnic culture, and domestic violence, which would unfold the atrocities against women and the marginalized, are honestly depicted in this female-centered novel. The aim of this paper is to reconnoitre a particular literacy text and to pursue how issues of violence make sense if conceived by non-literary stratagem, and to examine how the narrative of a novel offers illustrations of John Galtung's theory on violence in literary practice. Khalid Hosseini's mother doctor story, A Thousand Splendid Suns, discloses the extreme strata of violence through the life of two deprived women, Mariam and Laila. The atrocities and extraordinary events occurred in the life of these ordinary women unfold the experience of violence in the Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. To detail this involvement of violence, we have to adopt the violence triangular theory proposed by John Galtung in his work, Violence, Peace, and Peace Research. The violence triangle objectifies to present an enhanced understanding of the experience of results, and roots of violence. The division among the stages of violence brings some elucidation to the intricacy of violence. Moreover, it increases some chronological properties to the advances in the narrative process. The story itself is developing through the growth of violence from invisible to a visible level. Visible violence gets the reader's attention quickly, and there are instances for invisible violence deprived from the situations and suggestions given by the author. Consequently, the visible violence digs the unspeakable and unbelievable context to explore the invisible violence. The whole complicated process of representation of visible violence avoids transferring the issues directly, but the reader starts to consider each stage of the developments in the creation of violence with extra vigil and anticipation. The social stigma on Mariam as an illegitimate child and the consequences encountered in her future life are immense. Both Mariam and Laila have to suffer domestic violence from their husband, Rashid. A woman Both of them are marginalized by the society. In the Afghan context, a woman is considered only a half man. After the miscarriage of Maryam, Rashid ill-treats her. Suspecting the chastity of Laila, he beats her. Bombing and gunshots are so frequent in the streets of Afghanistan. When the Taliban takes governance over Afghanistan, the people of the country have to encounter poverty and starvation with many other problems.
Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you, sir. Can you just wind up your presentation?
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to talk about the structural violence and cultural violence, direct violence. So, if time and constraints, I am just yes. I conclude. So, here a fictional work tells within a narrative environment and well-established theories that are mostly adapted in a non-fictional context. The reader can understand the instances of violence more directly and explicitly, and identify how violence theory and its consequences work in a number of fictional situations. It is proved that all three types of violence are present in this novel, and now it influences the course of narration and the fate of the characters. So, the violence triangle is existing in narrative details in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Sun, and its points are briskly linked to each other by adding stress to each other. Direct violence can be stopped or at least controlled, or can less influential. But the other two forms occur in an invisible manner. Thus, there are abundant examples for both the visible and invisible violence. One can see in a more direct and explicit manner of the violence theory and how its consequences work in various fictional scenarios, which can also be used, for example, in educational context with the view to raise awareness of the negative results of violence, as well as how to treat and deal with it. This analysis by adopting theory in the field of conflicts and peace will lead to a commonly richer understanding of the messages that the work intends to give. Violence is continuing in Afghanistan even now. So there is plenty of scope of reading this novel in this perspective. Subordination and suppression of the women folk in this particular region is unbelievable news today. All of this information, which comes from this very sensitive, problematic nation, can be categorized according to the said violence theories. It's a very well-known truth that where people are under the gunpoint or under the threat of death, of their mind is not free, cannot develop in any way. Violence is not a remedy of problems, but violence can only generate more violence. That is, by the end, you are not only left with a tear, but with a fire lit within. I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh, for your presentation. So now we have
Thank
the
you.
chairperson here. I invite Dr. A. Padmapriya, Assistant Professor of English to Standard 5 of Rajaratnam College, Sivakasi, to take over the session. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me.
Yes, ma'am, you can take over the session.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to call upon the next presenter, Radhika, Assistant Professor of English, CUC Cartman. Can you present?
Radhika, are you here?
Do we have the presenter here?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. I'm Dinesh. Radhika is my wife. At present, he is at Lakshadweep. Over there, there is no 3G or 4G connection, so that she can't attend the session right now.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, ma'am, we can move to the next presenter, ma'am.
Yes, yes. A minute. So shall we go for the presentation from Abhishek Verma, PhD scholar, Department of Language, Manipal University, Jaipur.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abhishek Verma, PhD research scholar from Department of Languages, Manipal University, Jaipur. Let me share my PPTs. Is it visible, madam?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, all the organizers, dignitaries, participants, and my fellow beings. Today I am going to present paper. The title of the paper is Creative Aspects of Business Writing. The purpose of this paper is to explore creative aspects of writing among business administration students. Presentations always contributes to the success of business. Nowadays, online presence is crucial. Owners aim for an effective online presence as it helps potential customers to discover the company and its products. The quality of a content largely depends on a written material. Here, creativity plays a significant role. When online presence of an organization depends on the advertisements, how well an advertisement and materials is provided on the online platform is dependent. On the basis of that only, the customer becomes attractive towards the products and the services of the company. A person who can gracefully present business and convince people to buy products or services is an irreplaceable employee. And documents is an integral part of any business. I have given some of the examples of the documents used in the business process. Every document has its purpose. An executive writes a business proposal to attract investors or to find partners. Similarly, he sends emails to reach potential customers. He drafts letters to impress his boss. The use of correct written communication leads a business executive from one successful project to another, and thus making him more confident and inspired. When a presence is online, in that case also the content of formal business correspondence shows the same level of politeness and considerate attention, similar to what we show in face-to-face interaction. Professionals takes into consideration etiquette and formatting. They avoid poor choices of words and incorrect grammar usage because these things show laziness or even rudeness. A courteous business letter expresses the writer's respect from the receiver and the company they work for. Writing helps to enhance one's imagination and creativity. While writing a story, we are forced to think of the plot, points, and different perspectives, which make the content engaging and interesting. Writing down dreams or maintaining a diary again pushes people to find the right words to describe something. So therefore, broadening their knowledge of vocabulary, sentence structures, and ability to think creatively. Then other important aspect is the practice of reading. Practice of reading familiarizes one with the language. It introduces the individual to different styles and approaches to writing. Then reading books, newspapers, and articles exposes one to diverse perspectives of a language. And this exposure leads to a better vocabulary and understanding of the language, and further to the better writing skills. There is a serious misconception about good business writing. That is, using complicated phrases, relying on complex terms, sounding smart and knowledgeable might seem like good practices, but they just confuse. A better approach is to write clearly and distinctly. Good written communication is often short and to the point. Start by making your sentences shorter and pick a strong word. Be direct. The best business writing flows easily and isn't hard to read or understand. To conclude, I can say that the business writing should be clear, the tone should be according to the target audience and the aim of the messages. State what you mean and avoid using complex vocabulary. Business writing and technical writing are one of the most popular writing styles. They often got confused. It happens because they share the same main goal, which is to communicate complex ideas effectively. So these two styles use specific word choices, concise language, and a formal voice. One can use the conversational style in letters and emails, legalistic style seen for contracts, formal style for an internal memo. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next presenter will be Maria Shalini, Research Scholar, Bishop Appasamy College, Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Participants are requested to stick on to the time limit.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for the organizers who had selected my paper and given me the opportunity for this paper presentation. My paper is on interdisciplinary in language teaching. As I am into educating high school and high secondary school teachers, so my research mainly revolves around school students. So my paper tells the importance of interdisciplinary approach in language teaching. Yes. So let us get acquainted with the interdisciplinary approach, the term interdisciplinary approach. Interdisciplinary teaching is a method of educating or instructing the students where the students learn about a single topic or issue or the content from a variety of different viewpoints. In a simple words, I could say that interdisciplinary approach refers to the concept of learning a single subject from multiple perspectives, where they will be able to apply the cognitive ability and the critical thinking, and they acquire and accomplish mastery over the particular content with the help of the other subject and other disciplines. And why interdisciplinary approach? What is the need of interdisciplinary approach in classroom teaching? The goals of educators would be developing knowledge among students and creating or developing problem solving skills among students and make them more self-confident and self-efficient. And it is the ultimate goal of a teacher to make her students that they must have this passion for learning. But what this interdisciplinary approach can do with students, it helps students to uncover their misconceptions and preconceptions they already have on that particular topic or the content. And it also helps them in advanced critical thinking and cognitive development. And also it helps students tolerate or embrace ambiguity that they have in that particular content or the topic. And it helps students in appreciating the ethical dimensions of concern. So this is why interdisciplinary approach is needed among the present generation students. And emphasizing or learning its impact among students, the new education policy 2020 also has emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary approach in among school students. And hereby I could say that it has some psychological connections as well, because the eminent psychologists Vygotsky and Piaget, they described that thinking of young children as centered. Here I could relate that with the interdisciplinary approach, because interdisciplinary studies help students to connect their previous knowledge and the concept that they are learning, and they could arrive at some conclusion in acquiring mastery over the content or the topic. And also they emphasize a social interaction in teaching. How come social interaction could happen in classroom or in learning? So because interdisciplinary instruction provides many opportunities for students to work together cooperatively. And what is a basic learning objective in language classrooms? Obviously, to make students to communicate effectively and appropriately in real life situation, and to make them to develop and integrate the 4 basic skills of language, that is LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and to enable students to use effectively for study purpose across curriculum, and to develop interest and appreciation of literature. So these are the basic objectives, the learning objectives that have or that emphasize in language classrooms. When interdisciplinary approach is incorporated in language classroom, how the learning objectives will change, and what sort of change that the teacher could bring in her classroom. This is a poem that talks about the friendship of the king and an Englishman, an English soldier, where the basic learning outcome would be the students will be able to identify and understand the rhyme scheme, the poetic devices, and they'll be able to interpret the poem and the central idea or the theme of the poem. This would be the basic learning objective of this particular topic in language classroom. But when we integrate or when we incorporate this interdisciplinary approach, in addition to these objectives, few other objectives could also be added. When this particular poem talks about the friendship, as I said, when the English men died, the king, he was not bothered about the social status, but he carried the casket of the English soldier, where it was not welcomed by other priests and other status, other people in that particular place. So when a student is exposed to this particular theme or the central idea, he could be able to learn the socio-economic status prevail in the society, and the caste system that they follow in the society, the religion and the customs or ritual they follow in the society, and he or she could relate that to the present happenings that is happening in the world. And the next is the integrating of even astronomy in language classroom. And many of us may have apprehensions how astronomy could be incorporated in language classroom, but yes, it could be done. See, when a chapter that talks about the Indian astronaut Kalpana Chawla, in addition to understanding the vocabulary and interpreting the chapter, students also can understand the difference between the airplane, spaceship, air propellers, space shuttle, and rocket launching as well. So students will have a deeper understanding of celestial bodies, galaxies as well, and even the rocket launching. And here, the final chapter that I'm going to discuss is Discovering Tut, where it talks about the young Egyptian pharaoh. Come on. The young Egyptian pharaoh ascended the throne when he was 8 or 9 years old. So when the child is able to interpret the chapter, he could also learn the archaeological work that these archaeologists have been taken, and also they could relate that to the few expedition that is happening today. And as a concluding note, I could say that interdisciplinary approach is always topic centered, and students can use any disciplines and ways of knowing that inform them to the other subjects that they learn, and students can question themselves and they can come up with a lot of questions that they could relate that to the present scenario as well. And it emphasizes mastery over the content. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. It's a very clear presentation.
Thank you.
Now let me call upon Lenora Joy.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are from Fatima
Fatima
Madra National College, Kerala. Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lenora Joy, MA English Literature student, Fatima Madra National College, Kollam. My paper is titled The Life Narrative of Valmiki Sita in Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni's The Forest of Enchantments. Retelling or rewriting epics is one of the recent trends in Indian English fiction. However, every time an epic is retold, it brings a new reading, casting the narrative in a different light and reshaping the very context in which actions were previously recounted. The Forest of Enchantments by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni is no exception. It is a modern-day retelling of the great Indian epic Ramayana from the point of view of Sita. Sita is represented as a true embodiment of nature. Sita's birth is sudden and spontaneous. Indeed, this is a secret birth and never known to occur in the human world other than the plant world, and she is a treasure and pride. This, in fact, represents two factors here. One is the spontaneous birth. The second is the process of cultivation and effort of civilization. Banerjee wanted to reinterpret the epic from moral standards, subverting the traditional method of perceiving Sita as a long-suffering woman who accepts her fate with silent stoicism and presents her as a strong human being who, although succumbs to human emotions, but also faces the challenges and retaliates with a firm intellect as well as unique martial arts techniques. Banerjee Sita redefines every woman's nature in contemporary times. Adhering to the original epic as close as possible, Banerjee presents her Sita as a dynamic character, a multidimensional character, fighter against all odds, seeking justice for herself and the entire womanhood at large. She speaks about the empowerment of women while handling the marginal characters. Sita is also an inspiration for all those women who are bringing up their children single-handedly, for she was one of the earliest single parents. The writer gave a vivid description, most importantly, of the patriarchal mindset, a battle between love and duty, where duty won each time, sacrificing love each time, conflicts of dharma and adharma, right and wrong, as the whole of which Forest of Enchantments complements Ramayana. Masculine representational discourse always have excluded women from the sphere of writing and creativity. On the contrary, Banerjee gives Sita a powerful weapon in the guise of a quill to fill the void of her preconceived narratives. Divakaruni deconstructs and then reconstructs the character of Sita. In this novel, Sita transforms herself from the reader to a writer. She becomes mouthpiece to give voice to the voiceless, marginalized characters who have contributed in making Ramayana the cosmic drama of good and evil. Sita speaks about Sunena, Urmila, Kaigeyi, Shurpanaga, Ahalya, Mandodari, and Sharama. She speaks on behalf of them all, for they poignantly requested her to write their stories as well. Write our story too, for always we have been pushed into corners, trivialized, misunderstood, blamed, forgotten, or maligned, and used as cautionary tales. All the characters question the blind dharma, women's position and their rights in an androcentric society, and the relationship between husband and wife. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next presenter, Anjali Ajit Kumar. He's a student from
Yes,
Fatima
ma'am.
Madra National College, Kerala. Yes, please proceed.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anjali, PG student of Fatima Mother National College, Kerala. Today's my topic of presentation is Revisioning Women's Voices in Sarah Joseph's trilogy, which includes the novels Alahayude Penmakkal, Mattati, and Odap. The paper inspects the third phase reminiscent of Elaine Showalter's third phase of Sarah Joseph's writing, mainly the corpus comprising her three novels that form a trilogy. Through the analysis of these novels, the paper tries to explore of public and private spheres and how their conflation is affected while dealing with region, domestic sphere, religion, and community. And also it considers how the writer makes an effort in these novels to articulate and address a problem in contemporary feminist practices by rewriting and redefining the spaces in terms of gender. The three novels, Alahayude Penmakkal, Mattati, and Odap, focus on women's experiences and attempt to redefine spaces to accommodate and expand women's spaces. It also investigate different manifestation of the public or private sphere portrayed in these novels in relation to contemporary theoretical implications. Indian society is a patriarchal one where man is a central figure in both the family and society. Ideologically, we gave women the status of God, the first to be honored, adored, respected, and worshipped. But ironically, they are the most mistreated ones. In such a society, women find it hard to pursue their dreams. They are in shackles because of their domestic and commitments and imposed limitations. Sarah Joseph, the Kendra Sahitya Academy winner, the well-known writer, feminist, and activist, reflect on how women break the shackles of family ties and pursues a new horizon of space. Sarah Joseph is a harbinger of feminist movement in Kerala. She is ranked next to Kamala Das. She portrays women in her discriminative and self-conscious phrases. She fearlessly speaks about the experiences of women, their anguish, pain, and turmoil. The phallocentric society demands women to be confined within a domestic space. She has to play the role of a good daughter, good wife, good daughter-in-law, and a good mother. Her role is confined within the four walls of the house. Sarah Joseph is an iconic and widely celebrated writer of pen rewrites his set notions of region, community, family, and religion in mainstream literature. She also pushes the boundaries of Pennedutha, which accommodated writings that focused mainly on gender identity. Her intervention through the trilogy put forward the idea that gender is not a homogeneous category and that there are power structures within it. The paper examines the three novels, Alahayude Penmakkal, Mattati, and Odap, to demonstrate how the writer maps other identities like caste, community, and region along with gender identity. Sarah Joseph also charts how this identity formation spans the themes of region, its colonization, family, and domestic space, as also the political affiliations of religious institutions. The three novels, which the writer describes as forming a trilogy, share a common region and therefore a common regional history, but are set in three different times. They attempted to redefine spaces with an aim to reclaim male territories and expand them as women's spaces. The continuity exhibited within these three novels enables a tripartite narrative to create the effect of a meta-narrative. Sarah Joseph's three novels rewrites the notions of region, domestic space, community, and caste in relation to women's life. The novels record women's space in different temporalities and contexts by narrating women's experiences and forwarding analysis of culture. This phase shares similarities with Elaine Showalter's proposition of the third phase, women's writing, the female phase of self-discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's clear. The next presenter.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this opportunity.
The next presenter is Judwin Paul.
Whether it's audible?
Nesamani Memorial Christian College, Martha. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Ma'am. Whether it's audible for you, ma'am?
Yes, it's audible. You can proceed.
Okay. No. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm a student, Paul, pursuing PhD in Nesamani Memorial College, Marthanam, under the guidance of Dr. G. Anithya. This paper entitled Love in the Selected Works of Khalid Hosseini attempts the theme of love in Afghanistan literature. In novels The Kite Runner and A Thousand Splendid Suns, Khalid Hosseini describes the love bond between the characters in 5 dimensions. Firstly, Hosseini gives importance to child's love towards father. In The Kite Runner, Amr desires love from his father, Baba, but Baba didn't show love and affection towards Amr. Because Baba considers Amr is not brave as him. Amr betrays Hassan for 2 times and gains the love from Baba. In A Thousand Splendid Suns, Maryam shows her love towards her illegitimate father, Jalal. Jalal pretends to give fatherly love towards Miriam, but in his inner heart, Jalal loved his family than Miriam. Through a letter, Jalal apologizes to Miriam for not behaving like a lovable father, but Jalal's love towards the end of the novels results in vain because the letter is read by Layla after the death of Miriam in the hands of Taliban. Though Miriam and Hassan are the illegitimate children of Jalal and Baba, they show pure love towards their father. But Jalal and Baba fails to give fatherly love towards their illegitimate children, Miriam and Hassan, due to their status and honor in the society. Secondly, Hosseini portrays the love bond between mother and daughter. Nana is the mother of Miriam. Nana shows true love towards her daughter Miriam, but Miriam decides for fatherly love, which Nana considers betrayal. As a result, Nana commits suicide. Miriam shows motherly love towards Layla after the birth of Aziza. Though Layla became the wife of Rashid, Miriam considers Layla as her own daughter. Amidst physical and psychological torture from Rashid, both Miriam and Layla strengthen their mother and daughter relationship by sharing their pain. Miriam experiences love from Layla, which she has not experienced in the past from Jalal and Rashid. For the happy life of Layla and Tariq, Miriam sacrifices her whole life in the hands of Taliban for killing her husband, Rashid. Thirdly, Khalid Hosseini brings out the brotherly love between Hassan and Amir. From the beginning of the novel till death, Hassan shows his love towards his brother Amir without knowing Amir is his true brother. Though Hassan knows Amir betrays him for 2 times, he loves Amir. Sacrifice is the ultimate expression of love. Hassan and his wife Farzana sacrifices their lives in the hands of Taliban in order to safeguard Amir's family's house. When Amir comes to know that Hassan is his illegitimate brother, Amir realizes that true brotherly love of Hassan. Amir wants to rectify things in Hassan's life. Hassan is no more, but he's in the form of his son Shodan. Amir wants to repay the debt of brotherly love by saving Saurabh from the clutches of Asif. Amir and Soraya are childless. They brought up Saurabh as their adopted son in America. Fourthly, Khalid Hosseini brings out the love affair between Amir and Soraya in The Kite Runner. And in Thousand Splendid Suns, Hosseini portrays the love affair between Tariq and Layla in a beautiful manner. After Baba, it is Soraya who Amir desires for love. Amir expresses his love towards Soraya using a simple word when Baba is admitted in the hospital. Layla loves Tariq when they are young. When time separates Tariq and Layla, it is Rashid who fell in love with Layla. As Layla is helpless, she marries Rashid and gives birth to Zamai. Towards the end of the novel, Tariq rejoins with Layla and led a happy life. Fifthly, Khalid Hosseini portrays Afghans' love for their country by the words of Amir about Baba's love for his country, as Amir described. I think the only thing he loved as much as his late wife was Afghanistan, his late country. Fariba, mother of Layla, sends her sons to join in Mujahideen force, just like the character Baba and Fariba. Afghanistan people love their soil, but the soil is betraying them. Due to the rejection of Afghanistan's people love towards their land, they migrated to Pakistan and America as refugees like Amir and Baba. Though Afghanistan rejects the love proposals, Afghanistan love remains the same, like Layla, who loved to spend the rest of her life in Afghanistan with Tariq to educate Afghanistan children and take care of the people who face injury during war. Hosseini cleverly handles the love relationship between the characters, which makes the attempt of presenting the theme of love a great success. That's it, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for bringing to the notice regarding the kite runner.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful novel. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Let us listen to Nagakala, Assistant Professor, IA University, Saudi. We have the presenter. Do we have the presenter Nagakala Gopalakrishna, Assistant Professor, IA University, Dammam. If not, shall we move to the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am. We can move to the. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We can move to the next presenter.
Yes. Now I welcome M. Padmavati, Research Scholar, Ethiraj College, Chennai.
Padmavati, are you here? Are you ready with your presentation?
I couldn't find her name in the list. So shall we go for the next presenter then? Let them join later.
Yeah, okay, ma'am, sure.
The next presenter, Gabriel Karthik, Assistant Professor of English, Varghese College, Vellore.
Mr. Gabriel Karthik, are you here?
So, okay. Do we have Arokya Sahaya Matilda, Research Scholar, Metro College, Madurai? Do we have the next presenter? Geeta Lakotra, Assistant Professor of English, Government Degree College, Samba. Dr. Geeta?
Yes, ma'am. I am audible.
Yeah, yes, you're audible. You may please proceed.
Okay. Ma'am, my name is Dr. Geeta Lakotra and my colleague, Professor Rajaratnam from GDC Samba, JNK. Thanks the organizer for providing us the time to share our research work titled The Study of Rehabilitation in Juthan and Untouchable. Ma'am, this is the actually title name of my research work. And we are two authors, Rajaratnam and Geeta Lakotra. Novel is an instrument of reformation and induction of ideas. During pre-independence time, Mulk Rajanand adopted novel writing, which was one of the easiest medium of propagating new thoughts in society. Under the influence of modernity, in 1935, Anand produced a fiction, Untouchable, that opened the eyes of upper-class society. Mulk Raj Anand created a character whose stature was heightened. Baka was the main protagonist in the story. He not only acted the role of main lead, but also exhibited the thought of Mulk Raj Anand through his mouth. Baka is sweeper by caste. He was living a hard life. He started his work with abusive words and hoped the day would end with a happy note. Om Prakash Balmiki, Juthan, depicted his own experiences as a Dalit in society. Both the writer commenced their works with the vivid description of Dalit localities. Like Om Prakash Balmiki had given, quote, the muck was stew everywhere. The stench was so overpowering that one would choke within a minute. Similarly, unquote, similarly, Baka lived in the same type of place where life is worst. Balmiki has interested in learning, but few opportunity had knocked his door, which some people try to prevent it. Baka even could not dream of attending any school because of sweeper, because he was a sweeper, and people discouraged him to enter into school because of his profession of cleaning. Baka was so sensitive by nature. He peeped into the lives of upper class people and tried to find why upper class folk had privileges and why people like him made to deprived of all sort of comforts in life. Balmiki faced hurdle in acquiring education. He refused classes in some school, and after school he put into failure list with an intention to escape him from school. Quoted. I am quoting here the words of Valmiki. What he felt about when he was left no choice, means his teacher said him that he is not eligible for acquiring education, and what he felt about that. Obeying the headmaster order, I cleaned all the rooms. Like he cleaned all the rooms because he was ordered to do that. And the veranda, just as I was about to finish, he came to me and said, after you have swept the room, go and sweep the playground. During the work, I was not even allowed to get a drink of water. Baka cleaned bathroom since morning, like Balmiki, because he was Baka was like Balmiki, and he ordered to clean bathroom since morning. He never showed any kind of hatred for this work. Even he enjoyed doing it. He thought after doing work, the people even not appreciate us. They only find mistake in us. Baka found comfortable in the company of Chatur Singh, a Havaldar in Indian Army. For him, Baka was equal to him. Baka too respected him equally, as he never got such honor ever before. Baka was facing two fronts. One is physical world, and where he is untouchable, and other mentally, where thoughts convince him to ponder over the caste discrimination related issue. Balmiki struggled a lot for education. As time passed, Balmiki acquired education, and by his education degree, he got reputed job. With stable economic status, he found time to work for the lower section of people. Balmiki narrated an incident which he and his friend accepted the invitation of an old man. The old man belonged to the upper class society for a meal. And how he had changed, like he changed his ideology when he came to know that he belonged to, he does both the people. They do not belong to the upper class, but they are chudas. This is a subcaste. Chudas. At the moment he heard that we had come from Barda, he had a question. What is your caste? The old man asked.
They realize their level of reading skill.
We are of Churas caste. He shocked. Churas lifting a heavy stick from beneath the cord. And his voice drew a crowd. Many people suggested that he should be tied to a rope. Mulk Raj Anand exposed the rotten ritual of Indian society, people inclination towards useless values. In spite of living with modern gazettes, they still want to continue the old rotten value. Similarly, Valmiki experienced worth determines anybody work and status in society. Anyhow, both the protagonists achieve salvation in the end. Baka found salvation in the words of Mahatma Gandhi, and he found these are the words of Masiha, the messenger of a God who appealed to word for treating each human being equally. Similarly, Balmiki realized only education is the best tool that brings a positive change in Dalit life. When the thought of reformation and the salvation have put in anybody's mind, then rehabilitation commenced from that point. Baka tried to rehabilitate himself after the speech of Mahatma Gandhi, and Balmiki has been coping with the circumstances and insist on rehabilitation. Sorry, ma'am, I am about to conclude my paper. Circumstances and insisted can Dalit community. He concludes his work by these words: I am only an SC, the one who stands outside the door. So this is my reputation. This is what the people believe. In spite of having degrees, they still believe I am SC. SC means scheduled caste, Dalit. Valmiki fiction, Juten, did not give that optimism through the character of Baka. Baka sees the world of hope and reunion of caste under the umbrella of Hinduism, because suggested that the one day comes when all the Hindu caste are come together under one umbrella. That is what is the umbrella term? That is Hinduism. So one day will come, but the Valmiki did not show this kind of hope in him. He believes that we still live in that society where human feel hateness for others. So this is the conclusion of my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I know the worth of your research. That's why you find it difficult to confine within time. Thank you. It was a good presentation. Shall we go for the next presentation?
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready. I'm Manjula Devi. I'm ready, ma'am.
1 minute. Manjula, ma'am. Wait a minute. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, after Miss Manjula, we can change the chairperson, ma'am. You can give your feedback on all the presentation, and then you can
yeah,
finish
sure.
up the session.
So
Yes.
This can be the last one. Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. May I know who's this?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm Padmavati. I've been trying to talk since you called my name, but I don't know. My
No
voice
problem.
went
We
in.
can continue in the next session. So please wait.
Sure, ma'am.
So now let me call upon Manjula Devi, Assistant Professor, Srimat Andavan Arts and Science College, Trichy.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. My topic is a sense of responsibility and ability as highlighted in Annie Taylor breathing lesson. I just give a small sum up here about American literature. Early 17th century, the arrival of English speaking Europeans on the century, and John Smith, he was a soldier, and he is one of the person initiate the American literature in 17th century. And then post-war period, many writers were introduced like Thomas Paine, Samuel Jefferson, and so on. These writers leaded this period. And then I just go to 18th century. On this century, there so much of drama and novels were introduced. And the first American comedy, Contrast, it was written by Royal Tyler. And then first American novel, The Power of Sympathy, it was written by William Hill Brown, and it represents the ancient prejudices. And the 19th century, American writers were encouraged very strongly to produce the literature. On this list, I just tell Washington Irving, Edgar Allan Poe, and these two writers were initiate and concentrate on the development of literature. Okay, and then Annie Taylor. She was also one of American novelists. She wrote many subsequent novels, and she received many awards like National Book Critics Award, Pulitzer Prize, and so much of awards for her fiction, novel, especially for literature. And my topic is a sense of responsibility. Here, I just took focuses on the novel breathing lesson. So generally, in her novels, the characters will struggle to negotiate the balance between the a sense of identity from one's relationship with one's family. And moreover, her novels and their themes or isolation, psychoanalytical thing, stream of consciousness. So Annie Taylor concentrated on these themes especially. So on this list, I am telling about one of the character in Breathing Lesson, that is Maggie, and her husband is Ira Moran, and they are living a very happy life. Maggie is one of the responsible person in this family, and she show her love to her mother-in-law, to her daughter-in-law and her granddaughter too. For a long while, her son and daughter-in-law are living separately. So she wants to reunite them. So for that, she planned one thing, and she activated that plan, and she requested Ira to succeed the plan. And on that way to on our way to daughter-in-law's place, Dear Lake, she met her and she she consoled her, and after so much of consoling, and she had arranged a meeting with her son. And then finally, after that meeting, they just reunite together. So this novel explored the human relationship and individual sense of identity through the characters like Maggie, Fiona, Sexina, etc. So Maggie married Ira because she needed a soulmate, and Fiona married Jesse because she was in love with him. So each characters in this novel longing for something. So Maggie, she was that responsible for her son's life. Through these characters, every human being had a sense of responsible and able in this universe. I just conclude with this thing. So each and every human being had a sense of responsible and able in this world. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. In spite of your throat,
Yes,
I appreciate the sincerity in deliberating your points, and it's
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
So now
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
would like to, now I would like to give my suggestions on the presenters you have done. And I appreciate the research scholars and students who have done well and have taken a very good initiatives. And you all have great way to go. And each and every paper, it is a sort of a research. You have done a very good research and it is well presented. So I want you to have the same zeal thirst for learning. So thank you for the opportunity given. And few of the presentations I have got enhanced regarding literature. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for your valuable thoughts and for the session, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I now invite Dr. Savita, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram, Chennai, to take over the session. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we start the session, I take this opportunity to immensely thank Dr. Balakrishnan, Director of Bodhi International Journal, for giving me this wonderful opportunity today. So let us move on to the session. Before we start, I welcome all the academicians and research scholars across the country who have joined here to present your papers. So the first presenter I would like to invite is Ms. Jenisha of English Holy Cross College, Trichy.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Good afternoon. Yes, ma, you are audible.
Start with my presentation, ma'am.
Yes, ma, you can start.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Janisha from Holy Cross College, and I would like to talk about my paper. My paper's topic is a thematic study of betrayal and regret and relationships in Babsi Sidhwa's Cracking India. And Cracking India is a novel. It's a post-colonial novel, which is also known as Ice Candy Man. And this novel reflects Sidhwa's own experience, and also she explores the setting of Lahore, which is her birthplace. And talking about the author Babsi Sidhwa, she is a Pakistani American novelist and a teacher. She actually belonged to Gujarati Parsi descent. Her works mostly deals with cultural and religious conflict, sexual awakening, then her own community, Parsi community, the women's sufferings, and historical events. And to name some of her few notable works are Cracking India, The Bride, The Crow Eaters, and Water. She has also received many awards, especially the Pakistani Award of Art. And then her novels were adopted into films too. And talking about my paper, in this particular novel, Sidhwa had explored various themes, and this paper mainly focuses on betrayal and regret in a relationship between a 4-year-old child named Lenny Seti and her caretaker Aya. The religious conflict, partition, the mistress, and innocent in this novel led to the disloyal act of betrayal. In Cracking India, Sidhwa brings out a story of partition of India, where India divided into two separate countries, India and Pakistan. The story revolves around a girl who is affected by polio, and her name is Lenny. And the major character Lenny also reflects Sidhwa as she brings out her childhood in Lahore. The city of Lahore is filled with various religious people, as she belongs to Parsi community, and their servants and neighborhood are filled with Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs. This novel contains major remarkable events that took place during the independence, like the World War II, visit of Mahatma Gandhi to Lahore, India's independence from British, and partition of India and Pakistan. Later, the novel also revealed about the rising tension between the religions like Hinduism and Islam and the news of partition. Lenny, a very close child to Aya, her caretaker, she always roams around with Aya as she's a caretaker of that disabled child. And she learns about sexuality through Aya's love affairs and suitors. And the few namely suitors are the zoo attendant, moneylender, a cook, and an ice candy man. And talking about these people's religions, they belong to various religions, and we also learn about the sudden shift of people across the country because of the partition. The Hindus are shifted to India and Muslims to the Pakistan. We see around there are killings, violence, rapes happens in every places, and this violent act exposes the sudden betrayal between people because of their religion and community. Here we expose to the theme of betrayal. And also, one such unintentional betrayal was the revelation of Lenny, who is an innocent child. She reveals about Aya's presence in Lahore, which is now belongs to Pakistan. And after this revelation, she has been dragged out from her height, and the group led by the Suta Ice Candy Man and Lenny, later, who has a habit of telling truth in spite of any consequence, led to Aya's misleading. Then we learn that Lenny undergoes regret and depression. She searched for her nanny but couldn't find her anywhere. And later, after the year rolls on, and she finds out Aya with the help of her cousin, and she finds her in city's red light area. And she also learns that Aya has been converted into Islam and named Mumtaj. And also, she is also married to the suitor Ice Candy Man. In the end, we find Aya has been safely rescued, and she's been sent back to India, and where Ice Candy Man also follows her. To conclude my paper, I would say this novel has various themes, but this particular theme of betrayal and regret reflects innocent and unintentional revelation of truth. And I find personally in this novel portrays humanity. In certain places, it's been lost, and certain places, it's been saved in spite of any kind of differences. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation. And another thing, Babsi Sidhwa, actually you can find she has included partition. which is a very sensitive subject in many of the novels of Sidva. And I'm so happy that this is one of this topic is my doctoral thesis topic too. So very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Savita, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have only one information for the presenters, ma'am. Shall I say it?
Yes, ma. Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So for all the presenters, you have an information regarding the feedback form. Only at the end of today's session, you will be shared a link for the feedback form. Only then will be given certificates for the attendance and also for the presentation. So kindly do fill the feedback form and at the end of the session. Thank you, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So the next participant is P. Vaishnavi, research scholar from Madurai Kamaraj University.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vaishnavi, research scholar from Madurai Kamaraj University. I'm going to present about racism, a study of Gwendolyn Brooks, primer for blacks. Gwendolyn Elizabeth Brooks was an American poet, author, and a teacher. She was born in Topeka, Kansas on 1970. She published her first poem at the age of 17. Street in Bronzeville is her first collection of poems, which is published in 1945. Gwendolyn Brooks is the first African American woman writer who won Pulitzer Prize in 1950 for her collection of poems Annie Allen. She was also the first Black woman to hold the position of poetry consultant to the Library of Congress and the poet laureate of the state of Illinois. In most of her works, Gwendolyn Brooks writes about racism and lives of blacks. Racism in Brooks' works can be best described in this particular poem, Primer for Blacks. The title, Primer for Blacks itself, gives a guideline for blacks and it encourages black people to have self-confidence in their skin color. Gwendolyn Brooks is the speaker of the poem who speaks from a first-person point of view, and she addressing that lack of unity in the black community. In the opening lines of the poem, blackness is a title, is a preoccupation, is a commitment blacks ought to comprehend and in which you ought to perceive your glory. The poet speaks on the necessity of accepting one's black heritage and describes that blackness as being both a commitment and a title. She also suggesting that it is necessary for all black people to know their own greatness and worth. Next, the poet describes the general conscious feeling of black that exists around those who are white. She also expresses the belief of all people that they are unified in the idea of great to be white. The poet vehemently disagrees with this belief and is now speaking directly to those that are weak in the blackness. She also explaining the power of the word black. She also says that the particular word black has the ability to pull everybody in and it has the capacity to bring all together in the society. The poet continues on describes the fact that even one drop of black blood maketh a brand new black. The black blood has the strengthness to give growth to the black culture and its heritage. Finally, this particular poem, Primer for Blacks, focused on the racial tension of America and their need for change. The poet discusses not only the need to embrace their skin tone, no matter the shape, she says that not to feel oppressed. Through this poem, Gwendolyn Brooks encourages self-confidence among the black people, specifically on the color of their skin, and she confronts those who deny their blackness. And finally, in the end, she raises her voice and demanding that no matter how much black blood they have, she insisting that they have to accept their own race and heritage. And thank you. Here I conclude my presentation.
Thank you,
everyone.
for your wonderful talk. Actually, Miss Brooks' poems, when you look into the details, It accurately it reflects on how blacks felt and feel about the racial issues in the country, and you have researched it in a very. Thank you.
Ma'am,
The,
thank you so much.
the next participant is K.
Yes.
Vinotini, research
Ma'am,
scholar from Shri Sharada College for Women.
hello, ma'am. Good
Vinotini?
afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am,
Yes,
I'm
good
here.
afternoon. Yes, ma. Good afternoon.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My article titled Desire for Male Descendants in Sashidesh Pandey's That Long Silence and A Matter of Time deals with the desire for the male child in the select novels. Importance of son in India can be understood from the following lines from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. I quote, whatever wrong has been done by him, his son frees him from it all. Therefore, he is called a son. By his son, a father stands firm in this world. I unquote. A male child in India has certain responsibilities. He has to take care of his parents, siblings, his wife, and children. He is a provider and protector of the family. He is regarded as the head of the family. He performs the rituals after the death of his parents. Thus, his multiple roles make his parents relaxed. This son preference had its impact on the child sex ratio in India. According to the Census of India 2011, the child sex ratio in India has dropped to 914 females against 1,000 males. In the year 2001, there were 927 females against 1,000 males. The number of females has decreased from 927 in 2001 to 914 in 2011. It is the lowest ratio since independence. Despite a slew of laws to prevent female feticide and schemes to encourage families to have girl child, the ratio has declined. This clearly indicates the preference given to male child in India. Most of the men in Indian society long to have a male descendant because they consider it to be a privilege to have a male descendant. These men fall prey to this conventional thought. Although the situation has changed in the recent times, some men still desire for the male child. This deep-rooted desire to have a son makes men suffer, and they in turn make women to suffer when they fail to deliver a male child. The research question which kindled this article is, do all men prefer son? I have used Deshpande's novels A Matter of Time and That Long Silence to find the answer for this question. In the novel A Matter of Time, Shripati refuses to speak to Kalyani for 33 years because she has lost their son Madhav at a railway station. Shripati uses his silence as a punishment to himself as well as to Kalyani. Gopal, the son-in-law of Shripati, also craves for a male child. He quotes Upanishad's lines to express his craving for a male child. I quote, for the desire for sons is the desire for wealth, and the desire for wealth is the desire of the world. I unquote. According to him, his love for his daughters is less tainted and more disinterested. He believes in the rhyme father, mother, son, and daughter, which indicates his wish to have a son. In the novel That Long Silence, Naina's husband desires for a male child and threatens her that he will throw her out if she has another daughter because he needs a son to help him in protecting and providing for the family. When these men crave for a male child, there are men like Vital Rao in A Matter of Time who rejects the idea of marrying again for the birth of a son or adopting a son to inherit his property. He says, I quote, why should I leave my property to a stranger, to someone else's child, rather than to my own daughter? I unquote. His response proves that not all men crave for a male child. He serves as an example of how a man can bring a change in supporting a girl child against a male child. By portraying these range of male characters' reaction to the problem of son preference, Deshpande proves that she is sensible to this problem in India. The major solution to this problem is that people should change their mindset of preferring son and should consider son and daughter as equals. This change in mindset will be the key to achieve gender equality in India in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinodini. Actually, you have put in a different perspective with the novel. Actually, when we talk about Pandey's A Matter of Time, It's something about the human predicament, where she talks about the 3 generations of women. But you have brought in a very different perspective and made a very thorough research on it. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next participant is Satya.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yes.
There is this Mr. Gabriel Karthik who has to do the presentation, ma'am. Can you just call it? Yeah.
Can we push him as the last presenter? Let us go by the order first.
Okay, okay, ma'am. In that case, you can continue.
Yes. So the next presenter is Satya M, Assistant Professor of English from Srimat Andavan College, Trichy.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Satya from Srimat Andavan Arts and Science College. And the title of my paper is Prevalence of Patriarchy in Anita Desai's Fasting Feasting. In India, many women novelists such as Torodat, Raj Lakshmi Devi, Mrs. Kriba Boy, Mrs. Ghoshal, Kamala Markandeya, Nayanthara Shahal, Mrs. Ruth Pryor, Jabwala, Anita Desai, Shobha, and Arundhati Rai have made notable contributions to Indian English novels. Women novelists focus their attention on separation to a very great extent. It is Cornelia Sorabji, the author of number of stories, tried hard to penetrate the silken curtain of Parda and reveal the nuances of femininity. She presents a situation which is often touched with sadness, melancholy, despair, and early widowhood, and almost she invests in a woman to make the reader decipher how she leads a life full of thorns and sorrows. The subservience of women is prevalent in almost all her novels. Being a woman, she is bold enough to present a woman who is an embodiment of suppression. It is, however, only after Second World War, the women novelists of quality have begun enriching Indian fiction in English. Of these writers, Kamala Markandeya and Ruth Pryor Jabwala are undoubtedly outstanding. Yet another women novelist who dominated Indian writing in English is Anita Desai. She was born to a German mother and an Indian father on June 24, 1937. Desai spent much of her life in New Delhi. Growing up, she spoke German at home and Hindi to friends and neighbors. She first learned English when she went to school. It was a language in which she first learned to read and write, and so it became her literary language. Through her novels, children's books, and short stories, Desai focuses on the struggles and the problems of contemporary life that her Indian characters must cope with. She portrays the cultural and social changes that India has undergone as she focuses on the incredible power of family and society and the relationship between family members, paying close attention to the rights of women suppressed by Indian society. Anita Desai's women characters in her novels rebel against patriarchal community. They take the position of outsiders to fight and criticize those cultural ideologies that come in their way of becoming free individuals. Anita Desai's novels are Cry the Peacock, Voices in the City, Fire on the Mountain, and Clear Light of Day. Her 2 books for children are The Peacock Garden and A Cat in a Houseboat. Gains a twilight of a collection of short stories, Studies in the Park, Principal Care, Pigeon at the Daybreak, A Farewell Party, A Devoted Son, and School and the Gypsy. Anita Desai's Fasting Feasting is a novel of intricate family relations played out in 2 countries, India and the United States. The main plot elaborates in detail about the ingrained Indian culture. Girls are to be sent out of their houses on account of their marriages, and boys are to acquire education and settle in life. The story focuses on the main character, Uma, the family older daughter, with Arun, the boy, and the baby of the family. Anita Desai wrote a number of novels, and among these, Fasting Feasting talks much about the exploitation of women. Uma, the protagonist, packs her emotion and undergoes a saga of suffering. She is almost treated worse than a servant by her parents. In the male and female dominated society, Uma is caged like a bird and lives like a speechless creature in her own house and the 2 cruelly suppressed by her own parents. This paper attempts to focus on the psychical problems of the women characters in Anita Desai or Fasting Feasting. It also highlights the analysis of the inner psychological conflicts, patriarchal domination, and the feeling of subordination and displeasement, which affect the psyche of women characters. The main proposal is to show that The problems faced by the female character, their obsession with unhealthy thoughts, and that to adjust to critical situations, their failure to lead successful conjugal life, affect their psyche. Even a calm, young, beautiful, and brilliant Anamika faces the harrowing experience at her husband's house. The novelist has spent her thoughts to bring about a contrast on these characters. To conclude, Desai brings a parallel story of Anamika to inform the reader that women are sadly responsible for women's suppression. Men are passive listeners and stand as pillars behind the exploitation of women. Anamika's husband is portrayed as a coward, and he does not have the courage to free his innocent wife from the tight traps of his mother. Had he been bold, he would have stopped the venomous mother who has been responsible behind killing his young and a charming wife. He too is responsible for killing his wife. A woman has two levels of representation in the society. In the first level, she plays the role of a wife and mother, and in the second place, she lives as a woman. As far as our society is concerned, it is the woman who is shouldered with responsibilities, and therefore, Uma, the protagonist of the story, fulfills the demands of her family with an uncomplaining attitude. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I completed.
Yeah, thank you, Satya, for your excellent presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I invite the next participant, T. Krishnamurthy, research scholar from Madurai Kamaraj University.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am Krishnamurthy, research scholar from Madurai Kamaraj University. My topic of presentation is the study of Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God. Zora Neale Hurston was an American author, anthropologist, and a filmmaker. She portrayed racial struggles in early 90s American South and published research on Hoodoo. The most popular of her novel is Their Eyes Were Watching God, published in 1937, and she also wrote more than 50 short stories, plays, and essays. Let's enter into the story. Their Eyes Were Watching God is considered a classical of the Harlem Renaissance and Hudson's best-known work. The novel explores traditional roles and the relations between men and women. The role of masculinity is portrayed through the subordination and objectification of women. In a reflection of post-slavery Florida, Black men are subordinate only to their white employers. Jane Crawford, an African-American woman in her 40s, recounts her life starting with her sexual awakening. She sees herself as a working animal with no voice. For the amusement of others and at the expense of her own free will. This identification is shown in this novel. Men view women as an objective to pursue, acquire, and control through courting, manipulation, and physical force. Jane's journey for the discovery of her self-identity and independence is depicted through her pursuit of the love. Her dream through marriages to three different men. The role of femininity is portrayed through the symbolism of property, muse, and elements in nature. Thus, Hurston displays how African American women are valued or devalued in their marital relationship. By doing so, she takes the reader on a journey through Jane's life and her marriages. This is my presentation. Thank you so much for giving these opportunities. Thank you, madam. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Krishnamurthy, for a very short and crisp presentation about Hurston. Actually, she was well known for her outspoken writing about her opinions, and you have presented in a very excellent manner. The next participant I would like to invite Akshara Verma, second MA English from National College, Trichy.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I hope my voice is clear and the screen is visible?
Yes, you are clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. The paper that we both, Aklandeshwari and myself, have taken is Delamere, Eerie Dreams and Delusions. In this paper, actually, we'll be looking into how Delamere has used dreams, delusions, and nightmares into his stories, because that was his forte. Because Delamere was actually considered to be very famous for all the inculcation of dreams, nightmares, death into the reality, and making out stories from it. So the collection that we have taken is a collection called excuse me, collected stories for children, which was published in 1947. This is one of his most widely read collections, though he's much more famous for the other poems like The Listeners, and this is also a collection of stories that is prevalent with dreams and eerie atmosphere. Next slide. In this collection, we have chosen two short stories. One is The Three Sleeping Boys of Warwickshire and Miss Jemima. In Three Sleeping Boys of Warwickshire, the title itself is very enticing. It's very much interesting because it talks about the life of three little boys who falls into sleep for a very long time, an unusually long time, and they dream of happiness and joy. In this, the three boys work as chimney sweepers to a very cruel master called Jeremy. And this inspiration of the chimney sweeper boys working under a cruel master can be taken as his inspiration from William Blake's The Chimney Sweepers, from his Songs of Innocence, because the three boys are cruelly treated. They work as chimney sweepers. They work day and night. They are barely given some food, but still they keep up their spirits because they dream of happiness and joy. And they, no, the previous slide. In that, the dreams actually are a means to escape from reality. The reality is that they are working for a very cruel master. And so they dream at night of happy things, which makes them wake up the next day to a bright morning. But the old master is very unhappy and very uncomfortable that somebody else is more happier than him. So he does anything to bring down their spirits. But unfortunately, he'll start to have nightmares because suddenly in his old age, he one day wakes up to very strange music from the street, and then he goes to the street to find out that he sees the three sleeping boys on the streets, but they are like dream figures. But still, this man who knows that the boys are actually asleep in their rooms sees those figures. So this is a kind of nightmare that this old man gets into. Though this nightmare is not so haunting as the psychological horror thriller that we see in The Telltale Heart of Edgar Allan Poe, this too, the Three Sleeping Boys of Warwickshire, the nightmares actually gives chills to the readers. But we do not actually feel pathetic towards the old man, because he deserves it. He has been treating the kids very badly, and so he deserves it. So here, Walter Delamere uses dreams as a means to escape from reality. That is for the boys, and the nightmare is for the old man who deserves to be punished because of his ill will. And so the next story, Miss Jemima. Miss Jemima is another story in the collection, collected stories for children, in which the old lady, not Miss Jemima, but the old lady who is the narrator, tells about her childhood fears, and the eerie atmosphere that she has been through. to her grandchild. So Miss Jemima was the caretaker for the old lady when she was a child, and Miss Jemima actually hated hated that child, and so um, and so that old lady, when she was a child, she felt very lonely because her mother was away, and that's the reason that this Jemima is taking care of her. But and so because of the hatred that she feels towards the child actually finds solace in the churchyard. And due to her loneliness, maybe, and due to the hatred that she has for Miss Jemima, she fancies seeing some faces in the air in the churchyard. She hears voices talking to her, but she cannot actually see the figures. So this is actually a kind of delusion that she goes through, because in her childhood, she was always neglected. She was never loved. She felt very lonely. And so, excuse me. And so she might have conjured up such images in her mind. So what Delamere tells in his lecture on Rupert Brooke and the intellectual imagination is that children really do have the ability to make a world of their own. That is, I quote, they live in a world peculiarly their own. So, which is far away from consciousness. They sometimes lose touch with reality, and then they start believing their imagined fears. And that is what has happened to that old lady when she was a child. So she tells this story to her grandchild when she becomes old. So the grandchild is actually very much interested in listening to these eerie stories and not actually frightened like the old lady. She is only amused by all the incidents that the old lady had gone through when she was a child. So Delamere can be considered as a writer who is a very great storyteller, because he is able to convey the fears of the characters to the readers. He is able to conjure up such weird imaginations, because even he as a child has gone through such dreamy imaginations. So that is what the paper was about. So thank you. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you, Akshara. It's quite an interesting talk about Delamere. I'd like to invite the next participant, Vidushi Vidu from DAV College, Chandigarh.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Vidushi?
Hello, am I audible?
Vidushi, are you present? Okay, let us move on to the next participant, Geena George.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. My name is Geena George, and I'm from Fatma Mada National College, Kollam, Kerala. So my article's topic is Travel Encounters of S.K. Pottekkatt in the Land of the Capris. Writing travel allows us to pose different and creative questions. In this paper, I'm going to explore the author's adventurous travels through the African continent during 1940s with a tinge of S.K. Pottekkatt's natural sense of humor. It leaves you with a mental painting of African generations long ago. In the Land of the Capris, we come across racial discourse, post-colonialism, dominant gaze, essential identity, and cultural faults. Pottekkatt provides a new identity to Africa. In the Land of the Capris is a piece of fine literature because it contains descriptions of nature that are exquisitely poetic, anecdotes that are laced with mild humor, and social commentary that is tempered with geniality. In the Land of the Capris, it describes what Pottekkatt saw and experienced during his African tour in 1949. At that time, East Africa was under white rule. Pottekkatt describes the geography, lifestyles, and liberation struggles of Africa. The the characteristics of the social and cultural life of the African people, and the problems of the Indians living in Africa. These descriptions make us experience the travel, thoughts, and feelings with them. The travelogue also mentions Portuguese East Africa and southern Rhodesia. S.K. Pottakar, as seen from the observations, was also the product of a country, India, which was under the colonial rule before it attained its independence. He feels that India has been able to come out of the trauma of colonial past. On his visit to Africa, he was able to see that the country did not recover out of long years of colonization. Pottakal is spreading the message to the people of Africa to have an independent identity through his travel narration. African life was presented by the writer as diverse with their peculiar beliefs and customs. Even though the people of Africa were the real owners of the country, they were still under the subjugation of the colonizers. He described many instances of white subjugation on Africans. Even the landscape of Africa is presented by the writer in his travel narrative as under the control of Europeans. Even the famous waterfalls of the continent were named after Europeans as seen from the observations. The writer could be seen as occasionally blaming the people of Africa for the conditions in which they live. Here, African culture decay occurred through colonization. Even though African civilization was branded by the Europeans as savages and cannibalistic, the people were documented by the writer as having polished behavior and were living with a well-set code of conduct. They were also presented as innocent and humorous. Hence, it could be inferred that the writer tries to create, through his narrative, a new identity for the dark continent. Even though Africa is a foreign country, for the writer, he relates the same fate of India's colonial past with Africa. He is able to find his Indian self in the African other. The sympathy and support of the writer was always with Africans. Hence, the writer feels a commonality in the fate of the colonized countries, and he tries to present to the readers that the colonized countries have their own marvels in the form of beliefs, traditions, art, and mannerism, and so on. This is again a new construction of identity to Africa by the writer. Pottakal thus creates a new positive identity for Africa as a land having its peculiar art forms, beliefs, mannerisms, and lifestyle for the people. People are presented as polite and humorous, with a well-set code of conduct as seen from in the land of the Kapis. A positive identity is constructed by the writer by undertaking extreme travel to Africa amidst difficulties. Pottekar's construction of this new identity for Africa is not out of peripheral observations as we have seen, but they are achieved by mixing and mingling with the indigenous people and taking part in their ceremonies. He hence undergoes extreme travel to encounter a different culture. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Geena. It was a very nice presentation. So the next participant is Rini Venukutan from Basilius College, Kottayam.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rini Venukutan. I'm doing my post-graduation in English from Basilius College, Kottayam. Sometimes we feel we straddle two cultures, at other times that we fall between two stools, says Salman Rushdie in his book Imaginary Homelands, Essays in Criticism, 1981 to 1991. My paper titled The Identity Crisis and Diasporic Elements in Jhumpa Lahiri's The Namesake revolves around the life of an immigrant couple to US for better life and explores the issue of Indian immigrant experiences and corresponding anxieties of assimilation and exile through the characters of the novel. The term dispersion is a requirement for diaspora to exist. Dispersion refers to a moment away from a particular place, like petals of a dandelion flowing in the wind. Diaspora signifies an experience beside crossing the geographical borders, a change from identity to the other. It is a social, cultural transition as well as transformation. The Indian context of diaspora is a social contrast founded on feeling, consciousness, memory, mythology, history, meaningful narrative, group identity, longing dreams, allegorical and virtue elements, all of which play an important role in establishing a diasporic reality. Literature is a precious resource of information of Indian diaspora. It serves as the other window towards the dilemma and identity crisis faced by the diasporic Indians. Among the Indian diasporic writers in English, Jhumpa Lahiri started a new trend by poignantly portraying the life of family of immigration in her first novel, The Namesake, through the eyes of a young boy. The Namesake is a novel of identities and of the way people shape and change those identities over time. Lahiri demonstrates how each of the characters grows, falls in love, and suffers misfortune. She depicts them both as members of families and communities and as individuals with needs and wants that are particular to them. Ashok and Ashima Ganguly and their world were always juggling past, present, and future. Ashima often feels upset and homesick and sulks along in their three-room apartment, which is quite opposite of what she had read in English novels. She feels spatially and emotionally dislocated from the comforted home of her father, full of so many loving ones, and yearns to go back. Ashima and Ashok try to create a small Bengal, clutching to their roots and culture in America, far from the land of their birth, and struggling for an identity in the land of opportunities and riches. Gogol, the protagonist, is always sailing in two boats simultaneously, one with his parents at home speaking Bengali and living in Bengali style, and other of American Indian. Ashima and Ashok caught between two worlds, one which is dead as they left it behind, and the other which is not yet born as they have not yet accepted it. The novel projects Ashima and Ashok as the cultural survivors in American milieu. They show the life of hybridity, in-betweenness, and liminality. From the theme of dual nationality, the question on identity arises, and this theme is further underscored by main character Gogol's dual name. Throughout the novel, Gogol suffers from the uniqueness of his name, that is, neither Indian nor American nor even really a first name at all. He changed his name into Nikhil and tried to fit him in the American society in order to distance himself from all the bindings of his family and shed all their expectations. The diasporic crisis of dual identity first his mother faced, Ashima, then in more intensified manner by him. It is resolved when Gogol realizes that his identity is embellished by both cultures. Here, the writer carefully investigates the intricate of the diasporic feelings of the life, cultural bewilderment, the struggle with their children in America while maintaining their culture. As if it is a novel about Bengali American experiences, The Namesake is also a novel of what it means to make and name oneself within a culture, be it American or otherwise. That's all about it. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
The next participant is Archana, a student of MA Literature in the Department of NSS Hindu College. Archana?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sincere gratitude to all those who, especially to the Department of English, the Standard for Rajaratnam College for Women, Sivakasi. My paper entitled Dignities from the Unequal World, class concept into
Archana?
Yes, ma'am.
Your voice is very feeble.
My paper entitled Dignities from the Unequal World, class conflict in Sujata Gidla's Answer of Elephants, an Untouchable Family, Making of Modern India, Questions and Reconstruct the Representation of Untouchables, and Struggles with Caste Prejudices and Gender Equality in the High-Minded Revolutionaries, and also studies how Dalit life narratives mirror counter-cultural narratives. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but at times your voice is breaking.
Okay, ma'am, there is some range problem.
Okay, continue.
Okay, ma'am. In ants among elephants, Gidla unfolds the darker side of the history on the social mobility of scheduled castes. Gidla's grandparents, Prasanna Babu and Mary Emma, were educated and employed in Christian school. They belong to the Mala caste, one among the untouchable caste as designated by the caste hierarchy. No untouchables, their education had to give social status. This did not eradicate their caste identity. The novel portrays the element of caste and discrimination on on the economic, social, and political ladder in the post-independent India and toward the kind of modern India. The untouchables are not part of Varna classifications. They are outcast and the unique class system is the result of Varna classification. According to the Varna, each was engaged in the
Archana. Archana. I think that she has some network issues. If there are any more participants to complete your talk.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
This is Gabriel Karthik, ma'am. Shall I present?
Yes, you can.
Okay, ma'am. So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. So, first of all, I apologize for being late because of poor internet connections. Okay, now I'm getting into the presentation. My topic is patriotism from Rabindranath Tagore's perspective. As we all know that he was the one who had wrote the many poems. Out of many poems he had written, 2 poems were considered, or they are considered as national anthems of 2 countries, particularly our country, India and Bangladesh. But when we look at the personality of Rabindranath Tagore, he was an exemplary guy because he was an inevitable personality among the not only literarians, he was a multifaceted personality. I just want to give certain quotations that are being written by Rabindranath Tagore in some of his writings. First one, he says, "I will never buy glass for the price of diamonds." So he draws a comparison between patriotism and humanity. So he's comparing patriotism to glasses and humanity to diamonds. So he says, when it comes the conflict between patriotism and humanity, humanity should prevail. Because he says, if you're patriot, that's good. But if you're a nationalist, it will be a disaster. You just look at the historical approach of Rabindranath Tagore's writings. When he was living, his contemporaries were Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini on one side, and on another side, we have Mahatma Gandhi, Nehru, many other leaders. Okay, so on one side, we just look at the hard version of nationalism. Adolf Hitler, he presented a hard version of nationalism that resulted in.
Karthik, you are muted.
Okay, now am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so on one side, we have Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini as contemporaries of Rabindranath Tagore. And another side, we have Mahatma Gandhi and many other leaders who were known for soft patriotism or who were known for freedom struggle. You just draw the comparison. So during these difficult times, Tagore had written many poems and many novels and many writings. Because he says patriotism is a needed one. But when it comes to humanity, humanity should prevail. So he draws a clear differentiation between patriotism and nationalism. So in one of his quotes, he says, "Patriotism cannot be our final spiritual shelter. My refuge is humanity." So this is a one line that is pronounced by Rabindranath Tagore, which should be an example to every one of us. So he was clear in his idea. So his perception about nationalism, his perception about patriotism is very clear, and he tries to convey a message through every of his writings. He says patriotism should not.
Karthik.
So humanity is our shelter. This is what he tries to say. And he wants to differentiate between two ideologies. On one hand, we have freedom of thought, and another hand, we have bondage of nationalism. In one of his lectures given to European audience, he clearly defines this difference. He says, when it comes to freedom of thought versus bondage of nationalism, we should stand for freedom of thought, because humanity is the one thing that prevails over patriotism. Okay, so what he tries to convey is we should always take shelter in humanity. We should never take shelter in nationalism or softcore or hardcore patriotism, something else. So now just look at the contemporary relevance of his thoughts. Okay, you know, he passed away in 1942. It's been since more than 80 years. Okay, he passed away, but still his ideas were relevant. So we should seek relevance and we should seek example from his ideas. So this is what I try to convey. So what I'm trying to present, what I'm trying to conclude is, my conclusion is, we have to support or we have to adhere to the principles that are being advocated by Rabindranath Tagore, because he says humanity should prevail over everything, whether it be a racial discrimination or anything, nationalism or religious problem, any problems for that matter, humanity will prevail and it should prevail. It is our duty to protect humanity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Karthik, for an excellent presentation. Are there any more participants to complete your talk?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, Padmavati.
Yes, ma'am. My mic wasn't working when my name was called, so I wasn't audible.
Okay, okay, ma, continue.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just present my paper. So good afternoon, everyone. My paper draws an examination of the tradition of detective fiction genre. So for this, this is exemplified by focusing and detailing on the Temperance Brennan series of novels by Kathy Raches, especially focusing on the novel Deja Dead from the series. So my paper also focuses on how male writers always have the upper hand in this genre, and the works of women writers are constantly being overlooked, though both streams of works are almost of the same caliber. Also, with a detailed analysis of how women writers contribute a lot to the development of a genre, but still technical contributions are still attributed to male writers by neglecting the equally potent works by female writers. So to give a basic definition, the genre could be seen in two senses. One, it refers to the classification of literary works based on the content, that is tragedy, comedy, romance, sci-fi, picaresque novels, historical novels, and so forth. Secondly, genre means the classification of literary work based on the form, like poetry, drama, the novel, short story, and essay, etc. So further, each genre has characteristic conventions such as character types, setting, locale, exposition, dramatic tension, denouement, flashbacks, and flash forwards. For instance, the genre of detective fiction should have a crime scene, suspects, a detective, red herrings, which is also known as misleading leads, and a resolution. These generic conventions contribute to the perception of a genre. In other words, they define the reader's expectations of a particular genre, of how the genre should exactly be. So the study of genres, therefore, helps construct literary traditions and canons. However, such studies have been biased as they focus solely on contributions of established male writers in terms of their subject manners and narrative techniques. On the other hand, women writers' contribution to the growth and development of literary genres are often sidelined. It is in this context that my paper aims to examine women writers' contribution to the growth and development of the literary genres. So detective fiction, for instance, is a genre that has a rich background of prominent writers who were instrumental in development of genre. The great classic writers like Edgar Allan Poe, Arthur Conan Doyle, G.K. Chesterton, Charles Dickens, Wilkie Collins, Agatha Christie, and the like. So Edgar Allan Poe, the father of detective fiction, though he had written only 3 short stories, was the first to introduce a literary detective named C. Auguste Dupin, who solves crimes through ratiocination, putting 2 and 2 together. The legacy was carried forward by Arthur Conan Doyle, who gave the woggish Sherlock Holmes by adding new elements like arch rivals, criminal masterminds, and forensic science. So subsequently, Agatha Christie set foot in the genre through her murder mysteries with some compelling detectives like Hercule Poirot. Christie began publishing detective fictions 33 years after Doyle, the career practitioner of the genre. So she is the first crime writer to introduce a female detective called Miss Marple. So, looking at the contemporary scenario of detective genre, after Christie, there were not many writers who enjoyed the exclusive crowning in the detective genre. Nevertheless, the contemporary world of the detective genre is mostly governed by women writers such as Patricia Cornwell and Kathy Reiches. So, women have been victims or perpetrators in detective novels, but they have rarely been detectives. That is, they have not been given the most crucial role to perform. Female detectives are rare in novels written by males, though they do exist in some books. And male detectives predominate even in books authored by women. So, a short introduction about Kathy Reiches. She is a forensic anthropologist by profession, and she writes books based on her own experience. She is known for her Temperance Brennan series of novels. Temperance Brennan is is her protagonist, and from the series, her debut book and the first book from the series would be Deja Det. So Kathy Reiches' forensic detective novels actually blur the line between reality and fiction by giving us very lifelike narrations. So that is really a characteristic of the writer who is very technically strong by presenting to the writers. By presenting to the writers, the realistic scenario. So the protagonist, Temperance Brennan, is presented to us as a confident, unfearing, and dauntless detective. Her resilience and grit are unbelievably delineated by Kathy Reiches. The only times when we see the protagonist Missy is the only times where the daring Brennan feels vulnerable when she thinks of her husband and her daughter. So Kathy Reiches has interestingly presented the connection between Brennan's dreams and her discoveries. So Brennan would identify the connections through those dreams, and she would go on with her investigations by connecting these dreams. So as a feminist detective fiction, Kathy Reiches has presented to us by showing how a feminist detective fiction should actually be, how it should give importance to female characters, and how it should be about everything should be about female characters. So a feminist detective fiction actually seeks to undermine social structures, and also it systematically reinforces male dominance of women in both private and public contexts. So to conclude my presentation, I'd like to say that through this paper, it's been evidently presented that the women writers have technically contributed to the genre, unlike the popular belief that only male writers focus on the form and content of the genre. So here, Kathy Reiches has created a subgenre for herself named forensic anthropology from the mainstream genre detective fiction. There are many contemporary writers who have created a subgenre for themselves amidst the mainstream ideas. All those writers have diverted themselves from the applied tradition and have created a paradigm shift in their respective genres by changing the school of thought, which has been prevailing right from the time of classics. Such similar studies would open a whole new world of subgenres, whereas many writers would be considered and discovered for their uniqueness, their contribution towards the genre, and also their presumptuous writing techniques and styles would be discovered. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Is there anyone else to complete your talk?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Participant and a player. I'm sorry I was speaking earlier, but I guess some glitch occurred. The people.
Okay.
May I start?
Yes, your good name, please.
Vidushi Vidhu.
Okay, ma. Continue.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. This is Vidushi Vidhu. I'm a first year MA English student at DAV College, Chandigarh, Punjab. The topic for my research questions virtue in Antigone and Creon. Here goes the abstract of the paper.
Vidushi?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute. I request the participants to mute your mic. Yes, continue, Vidushi.
Yes, ma'am. So here goes the abstract of the paper. The chorus, a group of elderly, respected and trusted people of Thebes in Antigone, does not majorly side with anyone throughout the play, but since Antigone meets death in the end, she is the one who is centralized and sympathized with. The question here arises, does Antigone deserve to bathe in sympathy while Creon's virtuous kingship is undermined? No wit has been consumed in seeing that Creon, as we know him since he becomes the king, is integrous and wholesome. One cannot truly confirm if Antigone's actions are just or not, but Creon far and away is convicted of the wrong cause. Creon, in my opinion, honors his position and fulfills his duties as a winsome king. Had he chosen kinship over kingship and justice and pardoned Antigone, he would have disparaged the crown and put a stain on it. Introduction. In a standard analysis, Antigone would be considered courageous and ethical, but no one would talk about Creon's integrity and uprightness. More often, the play is seen from a feminist point of view, which ignores Creon's devotion to his state and subjects. As for written in 442 BC, Antigone by Sophocles would indisputably steal the limelight for the kind of character Antigone is, shrinking and garish. Sophocles has hyped the character of Antigone while Creon remains undecorated. Body of the paper. What would the subjects of a king expect from him? His concern and protection, justice and equity, decisions favorable to them and the state. Creon is an epitome of such qualities. His crowning was followed by an emergency. The Theban brothers murdered at each other's hands, out of which one was a traitor, which he dealt with consummately. The emergency decree was important in order to make people realize that no one who thinks anything but the good of the state shall be punished. Polynices had nothing to do with what was being done to his body after his death, but that could surely set an example for the people. Moreover, upon finding Antigone to be the culprit, Creon stays firm on his words and punishes her to death irrespective of any blood relations with her. He sets an example of morality and virtue by this. For instance, Lord Rama, who was a king in Ramayana, a holy mythological epic, sends his wife Mata Sita on exile when his subjects questioned about her purity when she returned from the evil Ravana's Lanka who kidnapped her. A king has always been expected and trusted to do what favors his kingdom, and that's what makes Creon virtuous and holy to his kingdom. There is no denial that Antigone is brass-necked. When she gives Polynices burial for the first time, she does not show the courtesy to make any bit of efforts, but simply sprinkles some dust on his body in order to go against the decree. Second time, she goes to attempt burial in bright daylight, which again hints that her intentions were more about going against the law than giving her brother a proper burial. This makes me question her virtue, which has been talked about comprehensively. Other evidences include her specious speech that questions Creon's decision at the moment when she is called in the court as a convict. Also, she talks about glory in death several times in her speech. Being such a brave and courageous woman in 442 BC was a big thing. It outdoes everything for her, but still her intentions seem flickering throughout the text. Interestingly, she has the power of language over crayon, thus she is more vocal about everything she is and she pretends to be. Despite she keeps talking about respecting the laws of divine, in the end she dies of suicide and disrespect of the same divine God. The question of virtue in Antigone and Creon can be concluded in the following points. Number one, Antigone somewhere subconsciously is lustful of glory and eminence. Number two, Antigone's intentions about Polynices' burial cannot be interpreted as pure or impure. Number three, Creon is irreproachable and laudable as a king throughout the play, but has never been paid attention to before. Antigone is a topic of public eye, but not Creon, despite Creon was accused of something he wasn't responsible for, and played a worthy, decent part throughout, while Antigone has been furious, foolish, and foolhardy. At the end, I would like to thank the organizers and all of you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the paper.
Thank you, Vidushi, for your excellent talk. Is there anyone else to complete your presentation?
Ma'am,
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Archana.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is about the class conflict in the post-independent India, in Sujata Gidla's Ants Among Elephants, an Untouchable Family, and the Making of Modern India. In Ants Among Elephants, Gidlak unfolds the dark side of the history on the social mobility of scheduled caste. Gidla's grandparents, Prasanna Rao and Mariamma, were educated and employed in Christian mission school. They belong to the Mala caste, one among the untouchable caste as designated by the caste hierarchy. Though untouchables, their education helped them to gain social status. This did not eradicate their caste identity. The novel portrays the evolution of power hegemony and discrimination on the untouchables, and it also illuminates the strenuous journey of the untouchables on the economic, social, and political ladder in the post-independent India, and throughout the construction of modern India. The untouchables are not part of Varna classifications, and there are 4 types of classes: Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, based on employment that each was engaged in the society. This gave rise to each caste to compose its own limitations for various social discourses. After the independence of India, the Constitution of India declared untouchability and other social barriers in the caste structure as punishable offense. It also introduced reservation for the scheduled caste and tribes. Industrialization, urbanization, westernization, origin of new social classes, government welfare schemes, political participation, and religious movements are changed intensity of caste struggle. Modernization rejects age-old sociological construction, but it did not remove caste system in Indian society. It moderated the intensity of caste discrimination and its viciousness. Gidla's accounts of her family begins from the pre-independence India, leading to her family's strong seeking of education and employment in the post-independent India. On elucidating about the link between caste and social status, Gidla explains the interlock between the whole Indian system. She not only tells a personal story of her own family, but also a history of modern India from the bottom up. It also illuminates the sternest journey of the untouchables on the economic, social, and political ladder in the post-independent India and throughout the construction of modern India. The novel has reminded what Ambedkar had said, that there is no caste, but only castes in India. Ambedkar had argued India's reality is far from communal harmony, fraternity, and caste in India are sole reality. Discrimination in the independent India was renamed as respect the customs of others. The political parties with better values and standards of equality infused the hope of egalitarianism in India suffered under caste-based subjugation. Gilda explains their life's journey to make us understand the impact of caste and Dalit identity. The reservation policy that give these poor people a better life, but still we can see that there are several class and caste conflict happen every day all around India. Let me conclude this session. Through the innumerable instances of resistance against oppression, Gilda raises the Dalit voices in the post-independent India. She sets them against the background of
Participants, please mute your mic. I request the participants to mute yourself. Yes, Archana.
She sets them against the background of everyday malnourishment and extrajudicial executors. She brings readers into the world of discrimination based on class system, and also the Dalit narratives provides a window into the everyday experience of these untouchables. They give us the intensity of epistemic and ontological violence inflicted on them. They also narrate the indomitable courage with which the protagonists strived and fought to sustain and build their identity and their paths of emancipation. The arguments regarding class conflict is clearly evident throughout the novel. That's all about my topic, and thank you all for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana, for your informative talk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have any more participants to present your papers?
Oh, ma'am. Ma'am, good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, may I present the paper tomorrow?
Sir, you please check with the organizers, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Recently, I have joined, that's why I'm asking to you.
Okay, sir. You please check with the organizing committee.
Uh,
They will help you.
okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So I thank all the presenters for your illuminating presentation. When we look into the research that you have made, the level of your expertise and the in-depth knowledge of your study, it's so amazing and excellent. And I appreciate everyone for explaining your research study with full of clarity. So wish you all a very good luck. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I request all the participants to fill the feedback form. The link has been shared in the chat box. So kindly fill it up. Only then you will be able to receive your certificates for the presentation.
Ma'am, after filling this form, can we leave? Excuse me, ma'am. After filling this form, can we leave?
Ma'am, can we leave?
those who have filled the feedback form, you can leave the session. We'll meet you in the tomorrow's conference.